एक खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। एक बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया। बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुके हैं। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सैम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
Welcome to another day inside of the BGIS 2026, the grind, ladies and gentlemen. Every single time we kick off the show, we think we have hit the peak of the excitement that's there in the tournament. But no, it was proved wrong yesterday as Revenant Xspark set the stage on fire with Vasista Esports chasing them close behind. Now, we figured that we needed to do justice to all of the hype that the teams are bringing. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Super Johnny. And we have brought in the English Esports Caster of the Year, Necro, finally back on the panel. How are you doing, buddy?
Listen, I'm doing fantastic, but I feel like that's a little bit too much, Johnny. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys are doing a fantastic job. Of course, I was watching at the games in the past as well. And the way the teams are playing, of course, it's a breath of fresh air. Especially for the OGs, it's all about getting that redemption arc done. For the new dogs, it's pretty much just making your name once again out there to let the people know that, yes, we exist and we're here to dominate as well. And looking at this particular group itself, Johnny, Revenant Xspark, man, what a show they've put up so far.
Exactly. I mean, every one of us, all of us watching, all of us just waiting on the sidelines. We're waiting to see what Revenant Xspark, and especially this new rendition of the team that is formulated around Trace God, was going to be able to accomplish. And if yesterday is any sign of what's to come in the future, I can't wait to see this team make it to the finals. But they aren't the only ones. Vasista Esports, Some, Hector, that duo is on fire.
I know, right? Hector, man, especially the man's now stepping up big time, right, when it comes to firepower. We had a conversation about how the IGLs are now supposed to bring in that firepower. And Hector, of course, in the past as well, he was there, but the firepower was missing. But now look at the guy. He's there firing on all cylinders, getting those elimination points as well secured. Now this team seems like a whole different team.
Exactly. So while this rivalry brews up between Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports, we have to focus on the newer names, as you mentioned, because a few surprises coming in from Group C. Gods for a Reason doing amazingly well, consistent throughout the day. That Rondo start was a little bit off for them. We'll circle back on that in a little bit. But apart from that, they were consistent. Team Versatile, a banner that is supposed to be defending the trophy for BGIS. Everyone was worried about them as well, because completely new roster, all the old players have kind of left the team. They have gone on their separate journey. But this new Team Versatile is also equally versatile, and they're doing well. They're sitting in the top 5.
I know, right? They're doing extremely fantastic. And at the end of the day, all you need to do is just get in the top 8.
Pretty much.
It's not like you're going to get extra sort of money if you do place yourself on the first spot. There's not really much on the line. It's pretty much a better slot towards the main event, and that's what these teams are fighting for. And speaking of Revenant Xspark, yes, the domination, it's been on a whole different level. But Johnny, we cannot even forget about teams like Learn From Past. We have seen this team in 2025. Learn From Past. This team was a completely different banner, of course, but the way they played even in the past was a great sight to witness.
Yeah, and as you're talking about Learn From Past, and in fact talking about the past, we have to talk about the past of Termi, because last time I believe we saw him playing for Hyderabad Hydras, and the journey wasn't the best of outing for him individually, but now with this new team, he's doing quite well for himself. We saw Revenant Xspark in the recap highlights of yesterday. We're seeing Gods for a Reason, another team that has done quite well. And of course, I think a huge credit for that goes to Hitman. He is performing quite well as an individual, but the question now becomes, you need to hold on to the momentum on day number 2. Do you succeed in doing so?
I mean, just look at Versatile, right? Looking at these new players dominating such a great fashion. Who would have thought? Right, players like Nobi just coming in out of nowhere, doing such a fantastic job. And yes, speaking of Learn From Past, even their stats have been incredible. Nothing taken away from the fact that they have dropped a few chicken dinners yesterday, especially on the map of Wrangell. I feel like they could have capitalized better, but hey, still consistency is what's there.
Pretty much. I mean, you need to be consistent. That's the thing, right? Because what we have noticed in the last few days is the fact that, alright, if you do well on Rondo, it gives you a nice little safety cushion to work with, but if you aren't consistent in the matches afterwards, the other teams will be able to topple you over. But it's all good and dandy as long as you end up finishing in the top 8 at the end of your journey of the grind. And right now, there are still I would say 18 matches left, considering they're going to play 6 today and then 2 more play days left for Group C. We have the overall leaderboard led by Revenant Xspark, following up on the second Vasista Esports, Gods for Reason, Versatile, Learn from Past, FS, Team Eggy Gaming, and Rider Esports in the top 8.
It's surprising to see teams like Jux Esports, Tamilan Esports, and Middle Esports on the latter half of the board. We have seen Jux as well in 2025, and we all know this is one of those teams that you can know they will pull off a comeback in the final few moments. So my still hopes will be with them. Speaking of Middle Esports, one of the OG banners out there, you know they always know how to scout good players. For now, things not really working out that well. Just with 11 points on the latter half of the board with 6 games, that's really concerning.
Yeah, for Medal and GLITCHREBORN, both of them, I think. Even Oishani Esports not really having a fun time yesterday. All these 3 teams struggling constantly in those team fights. I don't think a single time we saw them survive beyond stage 6, because Metal Esports was getting taken out early. GLITCHREBORN were extremely unlucky. Oishani Esports as well getting picked off mid-rotations. But apart from that, I think a few more names we need to mention. Eggy Gaming, they're bringing back Troy, Gamla Boy, and Eggy himself is there leading the team. Yesterday was filled with a lot of surprises. They just have 3 placement points, so the survival instincts weren't the best, but they are getting those finishes.
And whenever I see Rider Esports, I get reminded of that one point where they missed out on the LAN Finals qualification. I hope this time Rider Esports knows what they need to do, and they know how to qualify to the later stages. We've also got today's matches lined up on the screen. As usual, we're going to kick things off with the map of Rondo. I personally love this map, Johnny.
Me too, man. The level of aggression we see, especially within the first 3 stages of the game, it is chaotic. And we love chaos, but a special spotlight on Revenant Xspark, because yesterday on Rondo, they set the stage on fire. Man, 32 points in total on Rondo. And that was after a second place finish. They had, I believe, 26 eliminations, and then they finished second, all because they just ran out of players, and TraceGod could only do so much alone.
The crazy part is TraceGod's got 17 finishes in just the span of 6 games.
Yeah.
That's mind-blowing. And speaking of pain, a new addition to this entire roster. Imagine you're a person looking for an opportunity. Payne gets that, and now he's making the most out of it. I'm loving it.
I mean, and when you look at the story as to how Revenant Xspark actually recruited Payne, then it becomes even more inspiring. They found him through just scrims, put him in a match to try him out, played on Punk's secondary device, and still was dropping big numbers. And Revenant Xspark was like, alright, this kid has got something, and now they're giving an opportunity, sitting in the boot camp right now. I think this is his first competitive experience in an environment like this. He's a very young athlete, so let's see how far things go with him.
I mean, look, speaking of Trace, we've also got the stats on the screen. 17 finishes, the damage number of 3,871, the average survival time of 21:32. Yes, Trace has been doing fantastic, but speaking of Payne too, Johnny, the way the man's playing, it feels like I'm a little bit concerned for JD now. He might just be warming the bench for a long time.
I agree with you on that. I think that might be the case, because even Ninja, even though you do not see him getting those frags inside of the game, I think his role is kind of important. Yesterday we did see that in Notice in a lot of games, where even Punk was getting hyper-aggressive. He was going for those frags, aggressively pushing forward, and then Ninja was just sitting in the back lines, making sure his team's back was covered. No one was getting, anyone, if they were getting knocked out, wasn't getting completely finished off, just providing suppressing fire so that the team had movement space always available. And that is also sometimes a very key role in setting up fights, in setting up progression once you're making those rotations as well. So Ninja holds a key position, Punk is the IGL, he's not going out. But hey, we're talking about teams, let's have a look at the predictions from the talents. Ankybot picking Jux Esports, Sparrow going for Learn from Past, Ravan and Salty going for Eggy Engineer, picking Revenant Xspark. You have gone with FS, and I've picked Gods for Reason.
Look, FS Esports, they're doing a pretty good job. They've got that steady pace. They know how to carry their own weight. And they've got a pretty decent spot in the overall standings. As I mentioned, you just need to be in the top 8. It does not matter if you're on the 1st. It does not matter if you're on the 8th. You just need to be there in the top 8. And FS Esports is doing a great job.
And especially that chicken dinner we saw from them yesterday on Miramar was quite impressive. They were patient. They held their ground, they knew they had a solid position to work with, and waited for the right opportunity to strike. So the decision-making from FS looks very clear, especially in the heat of the moment, because that Miramar got very chaotic. It was an open circle end game. So there is hope for FS, but who are you expecting to make a comeback today?
Maybe Metal Esports, you can say it's a big banner. I really do want to make sure that Metal Esports does come out on top, at least in 1 or 2 games, or at least they're at the top 8. The good thing is that no one gets eliminated, right?
That
so
is
at least
true.
that's the safety cushion that the teams have. We will anyway see these teams in the main event.
Exactly. They are going to progress to the main event, but what we're trying to figure out is who goes to round 3 and who gets stayed behind in round 2. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move forward and begin the matches of day number 2 for Group C. Here we go with Rondo. Well, it is time. Day number 2 for Group C. Day 4 overall of BGIS 2026. The grind begins. And once again, we have the most chaotic map right now in the map pool, Rondo, on our screens. As soon as we see the plane, instantly my head starts to boggle whether we are going to get 1 or 2 flight paths. Well, this time, it's just a single one.
And it's not that big of a problem, since we anyways know that test track in Jux Factory is going to be in contention, and those are one of the most crowded places on this map. And since everyone knows that you do get that first recall free, so everyone would want to get the advantage of that and at least try and secure as many finish points as possible. Trey Scott's definitely going to be the man to look out for, since that man was able to pretty much get in a lot of elimination points in the first game itself. And even the plane fly path, yes, it's a little bit northern tilted. If the teams do want to move down south towards the recall towers, it's going to be a tough stretch.
But one thing we have to talk about is the difference in strategy that is being employed by everyone else and Revenant Xspark. While majority of the teams either go for a 3-1 split or a 4-man stick together drop, Revenant Xspark, they played with a 2-2 split and they made it work in a beautiful manner with Punk and Ninja sticking together and Trace and Pain sticking together. Those two duos, different jobs being done by both of them. While Ninja and Punk are forced to look for loot and vehicles, Trace and Pain were just dropping the pain on everyone else. But this time around, GLITCHREBORN once again in an early fight against 4 Wolves.
Yeah, it's proper 3-3 inside of this house. And it seems like Wolf, they're really getting slapped across the board. FanOP still with that shotgun in the hand, wants to get the thirst first, and that's what he does. And he instantly switches back and gets the second knock as well. GLITCHxREBORN keeping themselves quite tight in the race, but still the traits, there's something that needs to be avoided. FanOP, this man needs to go huge. His teammate's knocked out, and even he's going to get confirmed. That's not a great thing for the guy. FanOP losing out his own friend in front of his eyes, and now the shotgun, it needs to find the connection, and it will.
And he gets a 3K in doing that as well. A 1v3 coming in from FanOP, all on the back of that pump action shotgun. This was impressive, but another impressive fight happening on another place of the map. It is going to be FS taking on Gods for Reason, and of course, Eggy Gaming against Grind of Esports.
This is going to be interesting. Grind of Esports, a lot of burden on their back. VXT is also on the screen against the players of Jux, and Jux, even they've got a lot of pressure. Today's the day of comebacks. It has to be for them. Jux is also well known for those comeback moments, especially in the final few games. So today's definitely the day where Jux needs to pop off. Utilities now starting to chip away a lot of damage. That nade, not sure where exactly he meant to propel it. Trajectory's off. Mark's not exactly there. Amazing. The man's chipped down pretty low. One well-placed nade's actually going to get that knock as well. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a recap of what happened yesterday between these two teams. It's like a deja vu. But this time around, it is going to be versatile on the wrong end of this fight. They lose one, Nobi on the run. He was able to clutch out fights yesterday, but that was on a different map this time around, a 1v2. Nate goes out, looks to take down at least one man, and he succeeds, but needs to be careful. Can be wrapped around from the other side. Right now, just the pre-fire on the door to stop that last man from the side of Jux in his track, but amazing, still finds that knock.
Solid stuff. Jux Esports flipping the odds in their favor. And yes, keep this thing in mind for Jux. There were only 2 players in this compound, while for the players of EXT, there were 3. They just got 2v3'd. An amazing, once again, an amazing performance. Really saved the day. And now for Eggy. They're done waiting. Shotguns up close and personal, and straight up, barrel stuffing the man down to death. Baba Yaga eliminated from the game. But his teammate's still in the race. Aura Esports now taking the fight against Oishani, and it's not looking too good for them either. Dizzy, the man, chipped up a bit low. FS Esports as well, getting ripped apart, getting caught in the crossfire. There's also Gods for Reason on the opposite side.
But Necro, amongst all of this commotion, something big has gone down, and that is Revenant Xspark eliminated from the game. They did not even get a chance to use their recalls after dropping 32 points in the match yesterday. Today, it's a horrible performance on Rondo.
What just happened to Revenant Xspark? I'm pretty sure they were trying that 3-1 split too, but I guess that one man towards the recall tower as well got compromised, and
I think they dropped with the cluster of Ryder, Eggy, FS, Altitude, but since they like to go for a 2-2 split, I think both their duos just got shut down instantly.
Luckily enough, at least they do have a lot of cushion in the overall standings.
True.
So this elimination's not going to be affecting them too much, and I'm pretty sure even Revenant Xspark, they're not really going to be taking a lot of pressure off of this. Oishani Esports, though, it's now in minus. And Dizzy, this one single lad, he was making that pounce, but gets caught in the end. Jackson instantly gets the confirmation. Oishani, still that man underneath. He can possess a lot of threat. Ghostface, utility's a bit off the mark. Another nade being cooked, and this one has to be right on the money. Nade being tossed. Maybe can get the re-knock as well, but no, the repositioning from Oishani. That's been pretty decent. Ghostface, he doesn't want to make it up close and personal because he knows he's still got that recall available. Even if he does get eliminated, he will be back on feet instantly. So Ghostface over here is just scouting for free elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal right now when you drop towards New X Factory or Test Track. You're going to try and take those fights early. But FS Esports, Rishi, he's stuck in a very awkward position. His teammates are all the way in the northwestern quadrant of the map, and he's sitting at the smack center. Yeah, Sprint running on that rooftop as well. Causes a little bit of panic for Ghostface. And all this time, Aura Gaming, they aren't moving an inch. They're just holding their ground. A standstill at New X Factory. But this allows a lot of movement space for the team sitting outside. Eggy Gaming and GLITCHREBORN. We see GLITCHREBORN completely disengage and fall back, while Eggy Gaming just lies in wait.
Ghostface. Oh, he's playing like a rat.
All of them
Just waiting for one person to make that mistake and walk in that room. Playing like an actual ghost rat. And Aura, just make sure it's not going to be minused. There's one man spirited right on top of the roof, and he does have a lot of visual coverage. Eggy with 3-player, Ralph, Troy, Gumla Boy next to each other. Eggy as well can definitely be the one to possess a lot of threat. Gods for a reason. They have been lurking in the shadows. You haven't really seen Gods for a reason on the forefront, but they are there in the sidelines trying to squeeze away a few elimination points easily if they can. And look at Mane. Oh, it's a big mistake.
Troy, I mean, the star performer for the side of Eggy Gaming right now out of the way, but Spirit, he's been surrounded now. Aura Gaming moving in. It's a 1v2. He does not have enough HP. The nade does a lot of damage, and finally Spirit is going to be turned into a Spirit. But I believe recall was available for Gods for reason, so he's going to be brought back. But Eggy Gaming, they are taking unnecessary losses in this fight, unnecessary casualties. After Troy, it is going to be Gumla Boy, the man falling down, and Ralph OG is going to be the last survivor for the team on the rooftop.
What?
Even he gets knocked out, and even he's going to get finished off. Jackson right now is on fire.
What was that knock? Disgusting stuff.
Yeah.
No one could see him, but Jackson's still pre-firing that angle and getting that knock done. That's beautiful. Meanwhile, for Aura, there's still a few teams around them. Need to be careful. Jackson's been a part of so many teams in the past as well.
Yep.
We have been looking at this name since 2023 now, Johnny. He has been constantly trying to find that proper, suitable playing for, but I hope this time Aura, the name, actually will be it.
Yeah, he's also hoping for 1,000 added Aura after their run in this BGIS, and that only happens if you make it to the LAN finals.
I know, right?
It's not going to be easy. Although I don't think Aura Gaming are done. They know there's another man inside.
Maybe he can sign up for the Rising Star.
Oh, yeah.
Since the registration's already out, maybe Jackson, you know, just fill the form. You can be the one.
I mean, does he fill all the criteria, though? Does he have a YouTube channel?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need a YouTube channel. You need to be, you need to have played a few officials.
Yeah, now you also need 1,000 followers.
Yeah.
On your socials, so, yeah. Those are a few criterias that you need to follow. Altitude. All the 4 players playing in tandem. Not sure how well it's going to be working out, though, but I'm pretty sure they will pack a lot of punch. The floor's lava. They need to be a little bit careful. Caution needs to be taken. GLITCHxREBORN constantly tossing on the utilities, trying to halt the aggression. A few more utilities tossed out. And FanOP's just throwing everything in his arsenal. He wants to make sure that the opponents are not going to make the pounce instantly, but he goes down instead. And now FanOP is wrapped up around him. But somewhere down line, Altitude knows that FanOP's right there. A big mistake. Shouldn't have popped that energy drink.
Yeah, I mean, that was just this small little error in judgment. He could hear the footsteps. I wonder why he was so eager to just get his HP back. Priority 1 should have been gaining some distance between him and the opponents. But anyways, GLITCHREBORN. Again, another player glitched out. Rishi finally spotted out and found out by the players of Aura Gaming. He gets put down. Where are the remaining players of FS, though?
That's a good question.
Smack center of the map. Just gonna recall him.
Yeah, I guess. An easy game plan. But what about the replenishments? That's the question. Let's hope for FS Esports they do find a few death crates lying around or a few unlooted compounds. Vasista Esports also there in the nearby turf of Altitude. And for Altitude, they're just trying to play it a little bit passive now. They know they have showcased a lot of aggression from the start till the end. But now maybe it's time to dial things down a little bit. Jux Esports, down a man, but still they are a 3-man strong squad. And we know Jux Esports in the final few games, they always know how to pull themselves back. And they're not in that bad of a spot yet, Johnny.
Yeah, not really. I mean, they're sitting on the 9th position, as you mentioned, and it's not too difficult for them to make that climb. But that's the thing, right? This is where Rondo sort of plays with the minds of a lot of these teams. Everyone is going to feel like, all right, we need to have a big Rondo in order to make that climb and make that bounce inside of the top 8. But you also have the other 5 maps for the remainder of the day. If you can be consistent in those 5 maps, secure 7 to 8 points, it's going to be easy for you to find a nice spot, a safety cushion inside of the top 8.
True.
And I think that is what Jux did yesterday as well. But for now, it is Aura going up against Altitude. And Syed kicks off in a brilliant manner, secures 2 knocks, converts the finishes, but now he's finally going to be put down by Gods.
Altitude still somehow holding their own stance. Even they did lose out on 2 players in this battle, but the question is, do they have the recalls available? And it seems like Altitude does. So they can definitely go for it. But a few more teams now start to stack up around them, including GLITCHxREBORN. And they're not going to let it come through just like that. Utilities being traded from both the sides, and Altitude really desperate to find that knock, at least get the situation down to even Steven numbers. But it's going to be a tough one. GLITCHxREBORN as well, pretty much trying to find that first knock so they can instantly make that pounce. Do not exactly have a clue of how many players do stand in that building. And also do not really want to run in head first in the shotguns. Both the teams are quite desperate, but slowly and steadily, GLITCHxREBORN, they're done waiting. They're running thin on patience as they move on head first in that shotgun. And Sporta, he's the first man to find the first knock as well. God's there around the corner, but even he gets shut down.
What a move coming in from GLITCHREBORN. Shorty in particular, that swing around the corner was very impressive. Altitude eliminated from the game. And I was looking in the backlines, Vasista Esports, for a second. It felt like they wanted to push forward. They wanted to be a part of this fight, but now keeping their distance. Do not want to run across this open field and get shot at by the side of GLITCHREBORN. Also, by the way, Aura Gaming, they wanted to show up again, hoping for a round 2 against Altitude Esports, but now with Altitude gone, I think they're going to be forced into a fight against Vasista and GLITCHREBORN.
I guess. Look at this little dip created. And Beast. 4 now, the man's safe. But as I mentioned, 4 now. Soon the position will be compromised. Gods for reason. Not a big fan of this position they've got, Johnny. It's too concerning. And honestly, it's too risky.
It is.
Exposed as well. There's Metal Esports on the sidelines. Rider Esports as well in the nearby proximity. FS Esports with the high ground as well can punish them. There's so many angles they can't be messed up from.
Yeah. Also, by the way, recalls are gone now.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, now you have to be cautious. Gods for reason, it's important that they find some cover to work with. Otherwise, they are going to be in a lot of trouble. And look at the shift of the circle. It's not too drastic, but we were focusing on test tracks so much because of the number of conflicts that were happening there. And now, as Vasista Esports, GLITCHREBORN, and Aura Gaming are going to be forced to make that run, it's an open terrain that they have to traverse through. They can't really do it without fighting each other first.
Looking at the zone and the way it's shaping out, Gods for reason, learn from past. On the map, seems like they've got a lot of advantage.
FS as well.
But Gods for reason, Johnny, they're not in that good of a position. We all know that. It's quite exposed. So there's a big chance someone else might just slam in around that rock and take that position away. Learn from past, though. They've got a proper fortified cover, and that can really help them sustain that spot for a long time.
I think this is very similar to how Rondo came to an end yesterday as well. We had kind of a central zone, a little bit leaning towards the northern side of the map, and Learn from Past was holding a similar spot in that one, along with FS, but endgame, there were 4 teams remaining. Unfortunately for them, one of those was Revenant Xspark that destroyed both FS and Learn from Past in a single blow. But this time around, Revenant Xspark, they're not there in this game anymore. The first team to go out after them was Altitude. 14 teams still left. We're all the way in stage 4. Eggy Gaming on the other side, towards the eastern edge of the circle. They will have to deal with a few gatekeepers on the radar. You do see Jux Esports present. But as Eggy Gaming start to move down south, they might have a run-in with GLITCHREBORN or Vasista. There they are.
They definitely will. And speaking of GLITCHxREBORN and Vasista, it seems like those two teams will fight it out against each other soon. GLITCHxREBORN, though, still in two minds. Where do they want to move? Do they want to head on towards the players of Eggy? But if they do so, there will be a third party coming in, either from the side of Jux or Vasista Esports itself.
We'll see how things turn out, though.
The position that GLITCHxREBORN has, it's not too good. But this position that Rider Esports has, they can defend it well. Still 2 players standing, and yes, the man lurking in the corner. He will save the day. Franklin is there.
Yeah, Oishani Esports, I think this is going to be a sign that even day number 2 is not going to be kind to them. Getting destroyed at the hands of Rider Esports, but Vasista Esports finally get bounced upon by the side of GLITCHREBORN, and 3 players instantly hit the floor. The last man left alive is going to be Beast in the backlines, and he is making a run for his life. The spray comes through, a few shots whiffed, and GLITCHREBORN, what a brilliant conversion over here.
What's going on with Vasista Esports?
Rondo is in their map, pretty much.
I guess. But still, is that really an excuse? You're supposed to perform on all the maps. And let's be honest, these teams haven't really been tested yet to their fullest limits. Some of the best teams are still waiting up in the groups. And if you're struggling here right now, it's not a good sign. Eggy Gaming, 3 finishes racked up. And as I mentioned, there's definitely going to be an instant third party. And that's what Eggy's doing. Third partying the players of GLITCHxREBORN, want to punish them in tracks, but GLITCHx, they've already got an advanced positioning. Blue's on the move. Eggy needs to be a little bit more careful. Does have that smoke, and that nade's going to find a beautiful knock. A 3-pointer. Big man goes down. Return utilities coming through even from the side of GLITCHxREBORN. Eggy, the man needs to be a little bit more cautious. Another nade. That's going to creep up right next to Shorty, but the man's still alive.
I think it's a brilliant job being done by Eggy. He caused the distraction for his teammates to move in. Finally, Eggy gets dropped to the floor, but by that time, the remaining players of Eggy Gaming, they have pushed up, and GLITCHREBORN are again starting to glitch. They're down to the last man, Jax, and I don't think he survives it. It's a point-blank range battle unless one of his nades connects on both the players, and he takes down both of them in the same blow. He's getting done for over here. No cover left. Utility is going to be dire as well, and there it is, a nade from Gamla Boy to clean things up. GLITCHREBORN, they take an exit on the 12th spot.
We all saw this coming. We all knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
The moment they went for that fight against VE, Eggy got the opportunity and instantly cleared out the entirety of that southern.
V's still there, though. I mean, Beast ran back in the blue zone just to survive.
Yeah, just one man. Probably going to try to squeeze in those placement points, at least get the bare minimum, the average. 7 to 8 points. Eggy, though, still trying to get their hands on a better vehicle. The one that they had was smoking. Since Blue's on the move as well, and this time it's going to do a lot of damage. Eggy needs to respect it. Utilities tossed out. Even those are able to find some proper connections. 4W, the first man's knocked. Revival. It's being stuck instantly, John.
Yeah, but I was about to say, this is not looking good for either of these two sides. As we saw Rider Esports in a conflict a few moments ago against Oishani Esports, at least they had some cover back then, but this time around, out into the open, they are along with 4 Wolves. 2 players down, Immortal still left with about half his HP bar intact. The first aid comes through, now it's back to 75%. But Rider Esports, they have the numbers, and it seems like they still have some utility left. Balu brought back.
What? Why did they not go for the revival?
The nades.
Why did the man in the front not crawl back? I think right decisions could have actually saved his life. But yeah, 4 Wolves, clearly the experience is lacking. Still 1 return knock is there as Franklin gets knocked. Rider Esports, they've got the man advantage in the fight. It's a 2-on-1. 1 single utility can actually get the job done, and that's what they've done. They've tossed it. Want to get the squad wipe as soon as possible, and that's what happens. 4 Wolves, they've been eliminated from this game. FS Esports from the far fray now starting to pin down those players. This third party, it's deadly.
It is quite deadly, and FS, they have the high ground to make it even worse for the side of Rider Esports. And of course, we can't ignore Troy Tamilan as well, who are also on the other side of the hill, just a little bit west of where FS is playing from. But look at this confidence, man. Sarvat just instantly charging forward for the players of Rider Esports, looking for those frags. But the players split up. Baba Yaga, he gets knocked out. Skeleton is there in the back lines. And now Rider Esports are just going to play for survival. And with that, we're finally down to the top 8 teams of this game. FS Esports, 10 eliminations secured. They're doing well.
Indeed they are. The start was a little bit shaky. We all saw that. But FS Esports now starting to stabilize. But the concerns might start to rise again, Johnny, because they're outside of the circle. And they need to make it inside. And guess who's the guardian angel? Troy Tamilan Esports. They're right there.
Well, they just shot at their guardian angel and picked off one of those players.
Well, I guess, yeah, those guardian angels are getting shut down real quick. This split from FS Esports is actually brilliant. 2-2 split, Sarfit, Superman in the front, the remaining 2 players in the back. Yes, problems can be created, but I don't think Troy Tamilan Esports are in the right headspace.
Troy Tamilan Esports, they had to be a little bit proactive. You can't really let FS move inside the zone like that, especially when they are making that rotation completely in front of their eyes, so I agree with you. And FS, I think, in order to secure this map control, they have to take out Troy Tamilan Esports. And it's going to be a 2 versus 4 fight, so it should not be too difficult. But hey, Aura Gaming somehow still present in this matchup with 2 players. I thought they would get eliminated a while back, but Shockwave and Syed, they're still there. Although entering the play zone now is going to be a challenge. They're right next to the players from Learn From Past. Haven't been spotted out yet. But as soon as they get up, as soon as they start taking those shots, I think they're going to be going down.
Oh no, speak of going down. Syed, he's moving way too up close and personal. There's Learn From Past right in front. And to be honest, soon maybe the battle will unfold. Aura Esports, you've also got Shockwave. Remember, Johnny? He used to have his own team, Team Shockwave.
Yeah.
But now, under Aura, they're definitely making a lot of bonus moves. First knock is already there. That's a great find. But the utilities from Honey, it might just be deadly. And yes, it was deadly enough. The man shift down low. One more nade tossed in that same direction. Might just get the knock as well. But no, for some reason, Honey overshoots it. Maybe try and toss it a little bit close. He does not have any clue where exactly the man's going to be available. Eventually, Shockwave does get knocked out and confirmed. But still his teammate, Syed, he's still alive.
But Syed can't really do anything over here anymore. There's a 1v4 situation. He has the S12K to work with, but there's Honey right behind him, 3 players up front, and he's just completely tunnel vision on what he feels is going to be the bigger threat, the 3 players. Oh, Honey doesn't know. He's right next to him. Syed gets up, at least a knock over here. He does manage to secure the knock, but the finish conversion, not even close. Max returns the favor, finishes off Syed, and with that, Aura Gaming, they take an exit. Finally, we're down to the top 4 of this match. Let's learn from past FS, Gods for Reason, and also Team Versatile.
All good in the hood for them. Learn from past, an easy recovery from that setback. The knockdown man's back upon his feet, but now the Blues on the move. And this time it's going to be merciless. You need to keep on moving with the Blue itself. And luckily enough for Learn from Past, they do have that vehicle. So they can go for a quick rotate. But they just need to make it a little bit more quicker. They're wasting a lot of time here behind this wall. FS Esports busy taking a fight against Gods for Reason. And Gods for Reason, all the 4 players standing, by the way, Johnny, towards Test Track Neox Factory. Gods for Reason was there, constantly lurking around, squeezing in a few elimination points, and yes, that's why they've got 4. VXT with 7 so far, and FS Esports with 14. That's some crazy stuff. Even Learn from Past, once again, Johnny, that consistency showcasing.
Yeah, Learn from past, they've been doing well overall since yesterday, and again, as you mentioned, being consistent, but I'm quite surprised with the run FS Esports have had in this round. We spoke about this. This is the map where you can comfortably catch up with the rest of the competition, and FS Esports are doing exactly that. With these 14 points alone, they're going to be sitting second in the overall leaderboard, and I'm not even adding the placement points to that tally yet. But Gods for Reason, I think their journey in this game might just come to an end soon, because Versatile has gotten way too close for comfort. They have those vehicles to make the pounce on Gods for Reason as well. The only thing stopping them from doing that is the side of FS and Learn from Past.
And FS Esports do control a lot of that terrain. Especially with all the 4 players standing, it just gets even more deadly. Learn from Past, short on demand, but still, even they possess a lot of threat. Especially for Doxy, the man needs to patch himself up. So at least it's going to be good looking. FS Esports, not in that good of a terrain yet. Learn from Past as well, they can be a real big threat. And even Versatile from the opposite side, they're taking those shots, and Gods for Reason, they find the knock. FS Esports in the middle of nowhere. They're under that focus, and everyone wants to take a fight against him, but Learn from Past now finally digging that grave against VXTS. They do find the first knock.
It's a fatal 4-way between these 4 teams, and FS Esports could just be the first one to be eliminated from this conflict as Termi finally moves in, secures a finish. 3 players still left, 1 knocked out, and Savith almost goes down. If this nade connects, I think this is going to be the job done. Overshot. Honey gets traded out from Doxy from the side of FS, the man in the back lines. And while all of this commotion is happening between FS, between Learn from Past and Versatile, Gods for Reason, they've kept their numbers intact, Necro.
They indeed have. Once again, lurking in the shadows. Gods for Reason, they're not really going for those head-on-head battle. They're trying to be as quiet as possible, but at the same time, be the opportunistic bunch. And it's been working out pretty well for them. Gods for Reason, 4 players next to each other. You've also got VXT around that left side. FS Esports, they're constantly taking that dig against the players to Learn from Past. And finally, they do find the opener. First man, Termi, done and dusted. Even Doxy's knocked out from FS, but they need to get the revival back up on the fallen comrade. But how is it possible? Doxy's now all the way back in the blue, and the man's going to be confirmed by the play zone. Gods for Reason, they get the elimination point. VXT, all the 4 standing, even Gods for Reason, they've got all the men standing. FS Esports just alive with 1, Rishi, and the Blues going to be merciless. It's going to engulf the man soon, and Rishi knows winning this game might just be impossible. He needs to make it out in the open, and still somehow the man's standing.
I have a feeling Gods for Reason are going to be the ones securing this game, but as you mentioned about Rishi, it was that slight shift of the circle towards the west that forced FS outside of the play zone, and as soon as they tried to make that run, they were spotted out by both Gods for Reason and Team Versatile. But there you have it, Versatile also pinned down. Treyan knocked down to his knees. They are hoping for a revive, but again, movement space is close to none. Blue zone is going to push them from the back lines, and it's going to force them into this open field. But Rishi, all right, this seems decent. He has found a bush to work with. He's crawling slowly and steadily moving up. But no utility, no first aids anymore.
It's the final zone. It's going to collapse any second. And there we go, Hitman. He already kicks things off against VXT. There's still that X Factor alive, though. Everyone needs to be considerate of the fact that Rishi's still up. There's still 3 teams up. And Gods for a reason, now they start to make that run. Hitman, he really wants to hit down the foes. A smoke wall being created by the players of VXT, at least to make sure that Gods for a reason will not have the line of sight. But look at Spirit. He finds Step Player. That's the big man down. They've already pushed up close and personal and Gods for a reason, now in the nadeable range. They want to toss these utilities, get rid of VXT as soon as possible. Utilities not doing enough damage, but Hitman with shotgun up close and personal. He's going to be a big surprise unfolding on their faces, but still VXT, they fight back.
And there's one more man left alive from the side of VXT. He does not have any HP to work with, but he can still clutch out this fight. As you mentioned, that X Factor Rishi finally gets up, takes the shot on Spirit and finds the knock, and Gods for a reason. They get destroyed. It's down to FS and Versatile. Out of nowhere, the team with a man disadvantage stands a chance of securing this chicken dinner. It can be stolen away by FS Esports as well. 16 eliminations to their name. No utility left onto Rishi, and he makes the push. Shreyan, he has to take this fight. He sees those pixels.
What?
And Rishi, he makes it happen. FS Esports, a chicken dinner stolen away. 17 eliminations on the board.
That's some crazy stuff right there. Mind-boggling stuff. FS Esports, we thought they were already done for.
Yeah.
The X Factor. I mentioned it as well. There's still the X Factor alive. Teams need to consider that. And Rishi knew he was completely sidelined. No one even cared about him. And that's when he started to play that passive game. Make sure that no one's going to be compromising him.
My question is, both FS Esports and Gods for a Reason should have been aware that there was one more player left. How do you lose account of the number of bodies inside of the game? You have 4. The other team has 4 because you see them on the other side. There has to be one loose lurker out in the open fields. They had to be more cautious.
To be honest, maybe just too focused on each other since they knew that it's a 4v4 fight. Maybe it's better to just commit their manpower towards the team at the front, and then later on maybe they can switch their focus and see who's exactly around them. They thought that one single man might just not be that threat, but he just got the perfect opportunity handed out to him. It was a proper 1v1 in the end since the other man was knocked out, and Rishi instantly capitalized that. FS Esports had no business of winning that game.
Yeah.
But since Rishi gets that chicken dinner, now FS Esports, it's going to be a positive win in the sales.
But I feel bad for Gods for a Reason, man. First of all, my prediction, and second of all, they ran out of utility and they had nothing left to lob on Versatile anymore. They had to make that bounce, and once they did, this is the moment that Gods for a Reason finished 3rd instead of 1st.
Look, are you surprised, Shawnee? FS Esports is my pick. Of course they're going to pull off moments like that. It's the Necro buff with them.
It's the big boy buff, huh?
I guess, yeah. The bigger the guy, the bigger the buff it is. Something like that.
Yeah, I can't provide anything for Gods for a Reason anymore, I guess. But let's see. I mean, that's the rest of the day left, and FS Esports off to a great start. We were hoping for a comeback. They were keeping a nice little balance, and we spoke about them in the pre-show as well. The patience on display again from Rishi this time. And now what is left to see is, can Versatile or God for a Reason match the same in the upcoming matches?
At least the good thing is that teams like Learn From Past, they are still consistently there on the top of the board.
Yeah.
But hey, the conversations will continue, but right after this short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS, the grind for 2026 itself here. My name is ICBaby12 at your service, and joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through the commentary for today itself here. And game one, wow, what a explosive banger here.
Oh yeah.
Coming in from FS Esports. Rishi with the steal, clutching the chicken dinner with all by himself here, despite the odds stacked against him. Stealing away the chicken dinner. What are your thoughts on that, Salty?
You know, of course, Rishi was the one who actually stole all the limelight. But then you cannot forget Sarvit and his contribution, because constantly he was the man who was getting space inside the circle, leading his team inside the circle. So I really loved his cooperation and his actions over there. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to have some action inside of the battleground and look cool along with it as well, there is a lovely set which is, of course, called the Frozen Flora. Make sure you actually go ahead inside of the game, get yourself this set, and you are going to be all set. And maybe your matches are going to go just the way FS Esports did. But I see, again, coming back to the conversation, few big names like Vasista, Revenant Xspark, they were eliminated early, and all these teams in the mid pack, they kind of pushed through.
You know, it kind of shows how Rondo is going to be making a significant impact on your overall progression in the standings, right? Revenant Xspark was able to do so yesterday as well, and it seems like, especially here in Group C itself, the teams are adapting, teams are learning for a reason as well. But there are a couple of notable teams that I want to talk about that has been somewhat under the radar, doing really well in terms of consistency here. It's going to be Gods for a reason and also Learn from Past. They've also started to step up a little bit here. So overall, considering that this is somewhat of a stamina game, is consistency better or a one amazing explosive game? In this case, I'm sorry, Revenant Xspark, they started their series yesterday with a bang, but today, first one out. That was kind of a downer.
Absolutely. I think you mentioned it properly. I think it is a marathon, not a sprint. For Revenant Xspark, that was one explosive game which still maintains their position inside of the top 3. But look at this. G4R, you mentioned they were lying low. They were not really too flashy. They have now downshifted Vasista Esports and have taken the second spot on the overall standing, which is brilliant. Now these undergods, how they take the momentum forward is going to be a big question mark, because Rondo is done and dusted. We are going to be moving to the map of Erangel.
Yeah, exactly. And even on Erangel as well, I think in terms of performance base, Gods for a Rain has one of the highest performing scores based on yesterday's games. So all 3 games, they are currently the top here in the map of Erangel in particular. And I think this actually puts them in a very, very good advantage. However, of course, let's not take away of the limelight here from the MVPs from this game, and that has to be Rishi. If this guy is not the MVP and he has like lower finishes than everybody else and steals that chicken dinner and not given the MVP title, I'll be really mad.
I think the way he battled the zone, the way he battled 2 different teams at that point, he just single-handedly gave his team around 10 to 11 points, along with the 6 finishes that he has. 934 points of damage, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Syed, Sarvit and Hitman as well in the top players of that match 7, ladies and gentlemen. FS Esports, that was an explosive start to their day. Number 2, 27 points acquired. VXT as well. I think we were talking about how VXT were sort of underperforming, especially being a championship banner. There you go, 19 points on the map of Rondo.
Yeah, that's also a great start for them. So yeah, completely neglected VXT despite them dropping the ball in the final moment, which arguably they should have won that. But Gods for a Lane, Learn from Past, I did bring it up as well here. Been very, very consistent, under the radar, kind of picking themselves up here. But let's talk a little so towards the bottom side as well. Like you said, Vasista Esports dropping down a little bit. Now it's the overall standings in play as well. Vasista Esports has continued to tumble down, and this time they are on the 6th position with 60 points here. And the gap between number 1 and all the way towards number 6 here is starting to close down here, Salty.
Wow, now this is an interesting stat. You've got FS Esports and Versatile both toppling down the likes of Revenant Xspark, Vasista Esports, G4R. Now they're the top 2. But interestingly, Team Eggy Gaming, they are into the top 8, but look at their stats, 42 points, 39 eliminations, but just 3 position points. This match as well, they got themselves 6 elimination points, but absolutely 0 for their positioning. And I think that is one aspect of their play which they have to slightly improve. This team can certainly make it to top 3 if they kind of figure that aspect of the game.
Exactly, and even this as well here. A couple of surprising names in this particular leaderboard here is gotta be Altitude as well. We didn't really talk too much about them yesterday or prior to that as well. But Altitude, based on their performance last year in particular, even for BMSD, even for BMPS as well, they do have a track record of having high finish volumes and very explosive games, and they're somewhat consistent, but just not enough to qualify into those grand finals. But for them to be in the bottom 8 and hasn't had moments as well, especially from Gods, especially from Clouds as well, which is kind of surprising for me, because what happened to them?
I think it's still time for them to understand and adapt to the lobby. They haven't really done so, especially due to the chaos and the ruckus that we saw coming in from the big names yesterday. Today, now since the top names are taking a little bit of a tumble, I feel like Altitude can slowly get into their groove, maybe get a couple of finish points, and that might boost their confidence. It is very important, like we've always said. Day number 2 is a day where you are going to be going for a break, right? And it is extremely important for teams like Altitude, just like you mentioned, being consistent. They have to ensure that they are going on to a break inside the top 8.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, the gap is starting to be, well, it's not that far apart compared to Group D as well, where we have this huge vacuum here from Phoenix and as Los Hermanos in the top 2 here. But here, it's kind of even here. You know, yesterday we saw Revenant Xspark taking the lead, Vasista Esports taking the lead here, but with one Rondo map, everything has... It's kind of like a free-for-all right now, at least for the top 2.
I think that is a stark difference between Group D and Group C. Here you've got much more competitive teams. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about competition, we are going to go ahead with the competition. Next up is going to be the map of Erangel, which comes on your screen right about now.
Well, the map of Erangel on its way here for day 4 itself of the entire BGIS 2026. And here on Group D, this is going to be match 7 for them. Match 8 for them. And we are going to be taking off from the southwest corner of the map, a pretty western shift of circle or flight path in particular. And are we going to see any kind of drop clashes here? Well, so far, based on yesterday's track record, not much drop clash except for GLITCHxREBORN and also Eggy all the way towards the far east here. So seeing that the flight path is all the way to the west, they might have another confrontation again due to the drop spots or maybe even the vehicle drops here.
Absolutely. I think the vehicle spawns are going to be extremely high traffic at this point, because we know, as a matter of fact, certain big names, they love to go towards the far eastern part of the map, just like you mentioned, one drop collision between GXR and Team Eggy on towards Lipovka. You've got Revenant Xspark as well, who love to go towards that Milta farm region. Vasista Esports love that pancake region for themselves. It remains to be seen how these teams, they get to their drop locations first, because wherever the circle does land, it seems like Erangel has given us, at least yesterday, certain basic circles. So it should not really be that difficult. But as of yet, no real stack up.
Well, speaking of a stack up here, the circle seems to be shifting all the way to the north side here. So first time, it's been a while since we've seen a circle up north as well. You know, 70 shooting range, very, very common circles to play around with. But again, we've seen, especially for last year as well, a lot of scams. Like everyone's, you know, kind of thought it's going to be shooting range, it's going to be 70, and then suddenly it just pulls all the way to Georgia Pole. And so far, in these past 4 days, we've seen a lot of scam circles right from the get-go here, at least in 2026. But seems like Revenant Xspark, seems like they are going to be making a little bit of rotation to the new drop spots. Farm is going to be their hometown for a while, so no major sit-downs yet. But not a great start here for Revenant Xspark, I would say, considering that they are the forerunners in this entire group itself. With Rondo being a complete miss in the previous game. Hopefully they are going to be able to redeem themselves here in Erangel.
I mean, firepower has never really been a problem for them. It's just been that aspect of positioning, I guess, where Revenant Xspark, they just get a little too carried away in their aggression, in the minds of being the highest finishers of the lobby. But Revenant Xspark, if that is their style, if that is how they can sustain themselves inside of this competition, then why not? And talking about another team who is extremely aggressive, Team Eggy Gaming. Now, what a stat do we have in front of us? 39 elimination points, 42 points in totality, but just 3 placement points, a point which I did mention during the desk as well. This is a team that has got a lot of firepower, a lot of experience as well. You've got players like Kamala Boy, you've got players like Ralph, who have had their individual moments, who have had championships under their belt as well. But now, all of a sudden, it seems like consistency has been a part of their problem. Another team that has actually lied low around all the teams has to be 4 Wolves. I think this team has also done fairly well. Not really too far on the overall standings. 35 points is what they have acquired. A couple of good games. They can be inside the top 7, I see.
Now, 4 Wolves' performance and also Eggy are very, very similar in terms of Erangel as well. Just because of the fact that their overall 3 Erangel maps that they've played yesterday as well, they have gotten themselves a decent amount of finish points, but just not enough position points in all their games they've played so far. So they have been converting finishes, but they just could not convert into the end game circle. And it has been a problem for both of these teams. However, in contrast to Learn From Past, they are by far the most consistent teams in all maps as of yet. They have currently placed top 5, top 4 at least in all the maps they played so far.
And I think that is because of their positioning. Learn From Past, they don't really make those flashy plays. They love to position themselves so that they're well set for the final third of the game. And I guess that is the most usual tactic that is used by players who are looking to kind of make their presence felt inside of lobbies like this. Try and get the position inside the circle, try and get the position inside the map, and then go for finishes. I mean, we do have teams who love aggression, but then we also do have teams who love to place themselves and then finally go for finishes as they come by. And I guess Learn From Past, even Versatile as a matter of fact, is one of them.
Exactly. Versatile, you know, not exactly having a great run here in Erangel in particular, but in the Miramar map, Nobi was just popping off really well. And on top of that as well, NateGod has also been able to have a clutch moment here yesterday in Rondo. But just now, it's just I would say it was a little bit of a questionable play. You know, they could have gotten a chicken dinner, but it seems like we do hear shots coming in. It is going to be an engagement here with Oishani versus GLITCHxREBORN. As Avi tried to go in for a cross, but gets shots instead, decides to back off. It seems like they will settle down in the compounds of Georgebo, the outskirts ones. One of the god spots to be in for endgame circle, if the circle shifts there.
Circles like this usually tend to favor that Everest region, but then Everest for now is in the far southwest side of the circle itself. For teams like GLITCHxREBORN who are just north of Everest, all they've got to mention is, or all they've got to stress upon is, just look for teams coming in from your south side. Try and get those eliminations as those teams whiz past you. So there's going to be a lot of rotations, there's going to be a lot of high traffic around their vicinity. Got to be aware of which are the teams who are rotating, if that compound is going to be your safe hold for a while now, I see.
Well, speaking of a safe hold now, Circle is going to be pushing up north here. Like you said, Oishani is right in the middle of the entire circle itself. Obviously, they will have one of the easiest rotation here in whatever situations to go with. But the problem is, Oishani, they've gotten center control multiple times. And based on last year's trend record, teams who are in the center have the highest tendency to make it all the way in top 5, has the highest tendency to win the chicken dinner. But that hasn't been the case here, for at least for day 4, hasn't it?
Surprisingly so. And I'm going to be waiting to see that happen. Another team a lot of eyes were upon has to be Jux Esports. We did see them pull off a chicken dinner yesterday, but then barring that one big performance, Jux Esports have been far inconsistent. And now as well, we saw the positioning. They are on that western highway, quite far away from the circle, if I have to be exact. It means a long rotation awaits them. So is the case for Revenant Xspark. These are 2 teams who are the farthest away from the circle, which also translates to a lot of chaos, a lot of commotion as they try and make their way inside. Because as far as I can see from the map feed, there are a lot of teams who are just holding the edge of the circle, looking to gatekeep, namely Altitude Esports.
Well, speaking of gatekeeping here, it's going to be a tricky spot. It's very, very far off here before actually Troy Tournament actually heads on towards altitude here. They've, based on the perspective, they are currently in a situation where they don't really know where the rest of the world are. But of course, when we talk about Hesperos here, he is known for his legendary heal battles. And late game rotations has been his forte. However, ever since the new zone meta kind of set in play from last year, and with all these new patch notes coming in with the AKs, with the shorties as well, things hasn't been looking good here for teams kind of laying low on the outskirts. And Jux Esports seems like they will scout out Metal from the west side, both having very, very similar rotation pathways to try and trail around the zone before making their entry. Vasista now, they are going to take a couple shots in. Altitude trying to rotate to the bridge, and now Gods is pretty much stuck here. He may lose his buggy along the shore lines, but he needs some sort of backup now before he goes for the reset. But with Circle coming in, it is not going to be heading to Jordan Poe. It is going to shift all the way to the east side here. So North Rozok, South 70, open field battles, and those mountain terrains is going to be up for grabs. Oishani has one of the great spots here to gatekeep teams coming from the west side, but seems like they are bailing out of the spots.
Absolutely, and I think considering Oishani and their position on the overall standings, they should not be taking those fights. Should follow one of the traditional patterns of try and get inside of a good position, try and get inside of a good compound. Don't really take those early initial battles because they're yet to figure out their timings and their shot callings of those 4v4s. Haven't really been converting them quite efficiently. But you can't really say the same for LEFB because learn from past, they are, just like you mentioned, they're consistent on all single maps. They've got their 4v4s in sync. Their rhythm is quite brilliant to be exact, and I believe they're well set for this game.
This is one of my most favorite compounds to be in terms of strategic position. But holding the compounds are going to be extremely difficult because it is divided by road. Oftentimes, you do see teams kind of having at least two teams kind of share this vicinity, 4 on one side and 4 across as well. But learn from past, they don't really want to take those chances here. So they would rather have 2 controls on their side. On the other side, we have 2 as well, just so that they can take away space and scare people off. So I'm liking the idea what learn from past is doing as well. Just because endgame circles, you will have teams slamming into those compounds.
You know, these isolated compounds, they provide you with the advantage of scanning and spotting teams from a distance. And that allows you to spray them down if they are planning to go in for a slam. Learn from past, if they can do it. 4 Wolves, if they can do it, they are going to be in a great world, to be honest. But have a look at this Metal Esports, a team that has been struggling so far on the overall standings, dead last inside of this group. Not a lot of points secured as well. This time, they do have an opportunity to make amends. But currently, looking at their position inside of the circle, it seems like they're looking to play in from the edge. Not really a lot of aggression in their approach, in their intent. Trying to scout out different oppositions. No real information being found. And that is the case with Erangel as well, especially with these northern circles. You've got a lot of space, you've got a lot of open grounds, and these little dips, they provide covers. So these teams, they can stay safe at least till the 4th circle hits.
Now, this circle is prime example of why dogfighting is going to be very, very important as well. And speaking of dogfighting as well, vehicles become a crucial matter on how you kite and maybe even go for the bait and switch situations here for some of these teams. And in this case, Versatile does have a little bit of experience in that department here, but I want to see how Revenant Xspark actually takes this approach later on because they are one of the veterans in the scenes. They do have one of the most experience in this lobby, and it will be a proof of testaments where teams with experience will be able to survive this. Meanwhile, teams that are outside the zone, Aura and Jux, were pretty much caught outside skirmishing for quite some time. And it seems like Aura Esports, they've set up a trap here to try and stop Jux Esports from entering their vicinity. And based on the map, they split up 4-4 to completely box them out as well.
2 back-to-back hard shifts, I see, by the way. We just saw the circle shift towards Yasnaya, now the circle shift towards Severny, which has kind of thrown majority of the teams off guard. Have a look at that. Shots connected. Aura Esports. An opportunity for them to farm those aura points, going off the mark, the first player, getting that first finish on his scorecard. It was Jux Esports who was on the receiving end, but have a look at this. Revenant Xspark versus Learn from Past. They're looking to slam in. Trace and Ninja falling. It's one player who will try and make amends. Termi goes down as well. Revenant Xspark, it is Pain once again who is holding the shambles of this team on his shoulders, carrying the team on his back. Will he manage to resurrect the rest of the players will be a question, as Learn from Past 2 players do still manage to stay alive. It's a 2v2. Punk, a lot of responsibility that needs to come in, but from the sidelines, brilliant execution. Seems like Pain will be the last player to stay alive.
Shots are coming in as well. Hesitations comes through, but Learn from Past, they're getting third-partied as well. GLITCHxREBORN going to be slamming in those compounds. And it seems like the idea of defending is completely collapsed. And Revenant Xspark goes in for the nades. Coming in from Ninja Jaw, takes them out. And just like that, Learn from Past, the entire idea of strat to hold this 4 compounds completely shut down as a double slam for GLITCHxREBORN, and Revenant Xspark takes him out. Small little mistakes here from Shorty, but Revenant Xspark, will they be able to equalize is the question here. GLITCHxREBORN, they know they're hurting. and they want to try and capitalize on this. Nades are being thrown over. They picked up Trace God, Pain, and Ninja Jot. Punk is still bleeding out across here, as Trace God is going to try and sneak past to try and pick him up. While GLITCHxREBORN seems like they're taking no action in this fight.
They should not be. I guess they understand that Revenant Xspark has gone through the reset as well, and kudos has to be given to Pain, to be honest. In spite of having not a lot of competitive experience, the way he held the composure and held the team as an anchor, not really letting the team fall, just making sure he gets those knocks, gets those revives in time, that was brilliant. And to stay such calm under pressure, it's a brilliant approach coming in from this young lad. But Revenant Xspark versus GXR, we'll have a look at that later on. Seems like G4R, another one of those table toppers, will get taken down to destroy Tamilan Esports, who are making big moves on the overall standings. Oishani Esports and Metal Esports go head to head as Syed, one of the top players from the last game as well, this time around, trying to cause problems for Metal Esports. And have a look at that. That pounce comes through and Metal Esports gets sent back packing.
Ho, great stuff here coming from Aura. They did a fantastic job shoving every single team by having a little bit of a roadblock on the minimap early on as well. They intentionally spread out with the on the west side to box people in, force teams to rotate north and south, and because of all this congestion, people are colliding with each other and casualties are getting taken place. And just like that, they push in, they wipe them all out. Meanwhile, on screen now, Vasista Esports goes in for a little bit of a skirmish here as they go in for the slam. They are inside, but they are getting knocked in. And FS Esports, seems like they are pulling their retreat here. And you blink it and you miss it.
Fights after fights. There's no stopping. It seems like 4 walls. They're heading against Jux Esports. And look at the artillery strike. Rebo is going to go falling. 4 walls, one of their players will get knocked out, but there's still enough time to get that player back online. Which means that Jux Esports, they are not really looking to go in for that slam. Amazing. Seems to be the last man staying alive, which is not a great news. But from the distance, who is going to be holding back? Certainly not Amazing. Finds a knock, but will he be able to get the confirmation? Big question.
He's looking for freebies here, but he's all by himself. There's only so much he can do. His space is very limited. He's just lost his door as well. And all he can do is just pretty much, hope and pray that nobody crashes onto him. Fortunately for him, he does have a vehicle to work with, but Revenant Xspark, they've gotten out of those compounds, immediately stuck past in, and they themselves find cover. But it's a small little shack to work with. Oishani, they have the high ground and the warehouses to work with. Revenant Xspark, they have small little cheeky angles to pick with. But if Oishani decides to push through, they are going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Pong, he is going to try to apply pressure here to stop Oishani from pushing them down on them. Counter nades are coming in to get lucky. But it's all by himself. He needs some sort of backup here. Trace God is looking in this direction, but they just don't have a lot of room or space to help provide cover here for Punk at least.
The split has been figured out. The fact that Trace and Pain holding the back lines inside of the shack, Punk in the front lines as well, trying to get information. We saw Ninja being picked off between the tag team of Oishani and FS Esports. And Sarvit, of course, the man we were talking about of last game, he's still the man who stays alive, does have the DBS, but he's been swarmed being enemies from all sides. It is GXR who will push through when the shotgun strikes. GXR, they find 2 eliminations on the board. And they're actually looking very solid, coming in from the edges of the circle, just scouring out through these fights, clearing those backs. It is going to be Beast, and not really a lot of HP is going to be falling. Vasista Esports, problems escalate as Oishani Esports, they get 6 eliminations on board.
Yeah, Vasista, third party like that here, but Aura was able to somewhat hold on. Jackson is all by himself here. He wants to regroup his teams here, but Vasista Esports, they have no clue where they are. Molotovs are coming in, finally spots him out under the McLaren, but the pump comes in. Jackson says, Hector, sit down, gets the confirmation. It comes down to it's a 1 versus 1, but at the same time, he could not push through. Got picked from afar as Eggy fourth parties this fight. And now he's going to be going on the hunt here. Same left remaining from the side of Vasista Esports. And even then, he's going to make a break for it as he tries to make a run for it as well. Eggy sees him retreating here. But look at this, Same. While he's running away, there is GLITCHxREBORN looking in his direction as well. He's running out of options here as he just speeds through everything, but it seems like he's chose his poison. He wanted to slam on the Revenant Xspark, but decides, nope, not a great idea.
Lovely formation coming in from Eggy Gaming as well. Beautiful map control, but the circle does shift away from them. As problems escalate for Revenant Xspark, Punk, their scouter has been taken down by the nade itself. Oishani Esports, this is considerable improvement. They're not really letting their guard down in spite of all the efforts from Revenant Xspark, and it seems like Punk is going to pay the price of being so close to the opposition. And I love this. Karan yet to get off the mark, but his teammates, Ghostface, with that one finish, they're certainly looking for more. I don't think there's any chance of Punk's revival, so Revenant Xspark will be brought down to 50% of their firepower. That's still fine though. But if you look at their positioning, it's horrendous inside of that wooden shack. There's no way they're surviving for long at least.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here, considering that the spots they're in, Oishani has just got so much control in those warehouses, right? But GLITCHxREBORN, they did a fantastic job. You know, they let Revenant Xspark through. They were the ones that opened them halfway. This time, GLITCHxREBORN is trying to go for the slam here. And this time, they are going to take Puck's spot instead. But instead, the firing squad remains here. Trey Scott goes in for a shot. Instantly, the confirmation comes through, but he was actually 4 woos from afar that actually chimes in and actually gets those confirmations.
So unfortunate for GLITCHxREBORN as one of their players got taken down by Revenant Xspark. Meanwhile, the other just gotten sandwiched by Oishani Esports as well. Beautifully placed nade coming in from Ghostface. If I'm not wrong, even Jax is going to fall. GLITCHxREBORN, they've been eliminated. On the other side, of course, towards the northeastern side of the circle, it's Rider Esports who's trying to go head-to-head against Troy Tamilan, but beautifully placed nade is going to eliminate them as well. Lovely ditch for Troy Tamilan. Wow.
That's a very nice spot to be in here, I would say. Troy Tamilan, a lot of off angles to kind of work with. Eggy tried to take the high ground here, but the zone is going to force them out of cover. So Troy Tamilan Esports, all they need to do is just wait. But on the contrary as well, Eggy, if they get close enough for nade range, Troy Tamilan Esports is in for a lot of pain. Oxen and Asperos remains. They are going to try to pick around this, but Eggy seems like they are going to re-rotate around them to try and get closer to this. Troy, first one to lead the charge. Second is going to be Eggy. Gamla Boy and Ralph, nowhere to be found yet, but Troy Tamilan Esports, they just don't have the angles to take fire here. Seems like they do find themselves a little bit of cover to push forward as well. And fortunately for them, there's nobody looking at them. But unfortunately for Ralph, he actually gets spotted out. Asperos will be able to drop him down pretty low.
The surprising thing is that's not the only threat that they have. It's amazing from Jux Esports, who's actually managed to survive all by himself. So any opportunity, he might actually spoil the game for Eggy Gaming. Look at that Troy. Risky maneuver right there. Peeking through the smoke. It's always going to be problematic for you because if you get spotted, there's no covers for you. And the hit markers will always keep on giving away your positioning. It seems like Troy, the only man who can potentially get back Gamla Boy. Troy Tamilan Esports on the other side, I think they're still looking comfortable inside of that ditch and they are going to be holding it for now.
Yeah, this is the second time Eggy has tried to take a fight against Troy Tamilan Esports and realized that they just can't push through this ditch. There's just so many off angles. And being prone means zero recoil in long distance a majority of the time. So connection shots is just going to be so precise to the point that you just can't challenge that. And Eggy, they failed the brunt twice. Now, with this zone shifting away from that, Eggy they may need to try and reposition here. And amazing as well, he sees all this commotion early on from Jux, the solo warrior from Jux Esports. He is going to try to get a couple shots in, but unfortunately, even then, no connections yet. And he himself is down towards his last 20 bullets as well. He needs to find a way to stock up as well, but we do see VXT goes in for a grand slam as Troy Tamilan Esports. They wiped the floor with VXT. What? Eggy, Troy, no way, what happened?
Well, it seems like a flip of the script so far. Eggy Gaming from the backlines, a beautiful tag team effort to get down Troy Tamilan Esports, and this is Eggy's pounce. Here they come, Gamla Boy falls though, dead player looking to find himself another clutch. We've actually seen him pull off these situations quite brilliantly, and he does that, does he? Not really. It is Troy who comes out on the right end of things. Eggy Gaming, brilliant positioning from them. The new amazing is back there, so Eggy has been holding on to that position for a while now, but Troy and Gamla Boy in the front lines, they've been doing beautiful 8 finishes. We have been talking about how this team does so well in those aggressive situations, but now it seems like they're going for those position points as well because they are inside the top 5 already, I see.
They're so good at punishing people here as well.
Aren't they?
Instead of challenging Troy Tamilan Esports, all they need to do is wait for somebody to push them and then third party them. That was exactly what happened to Troy Tamilan Esports here. Why was VXT pushing there? It was just such an awkward spot to be in.
I think they wanted that ditch for themselves because it was such a good piece of cover, and also kind of held that edge of the circle as well. Could have given you a lot of map control to work with. But I love their map awareness. They knew amazing ace in the backlines. They were not making reckless maneuvers. Their mobility was completely fine. And now look at this. Eggy Gaming, they've gotten a lovely little split to work with. Revenant Xspark, they're still holding the shack. That smoke is going to give away their positioning, but at least these nades, they do not really land.
Whoosh.
That was close, my friend.
That was a little bit too close here, but guess what? They still have more nades. Another nade comes through. Return fire comes in place and looks good. Nope, doesn't connect once more. So Revenant Xspark, they still survive. And this time, Pain is going to be playing outside. Trace is going to be on the inside here. So if a nades lands in, gets knocked, well, two people won't get knocked in this scenario here. But Oishani, a massive nade from altitude, and also the Molotovs here, dismantling them. And altitude going to be pushing on towards Oishani. Oishani, they've lost all control, and just like that, they were distracted by Revenant Xspark, and now altitude will be the ones that gobble them up.
And this is the only place where experience comes into the play because they were fixated on just one opposition. Meanwhile, the defenses got cut thin from the other side. Look at this. 4 walls, they get pushed upon by Eggy Gaming as well. And now it's just one player, Eggy, from the backlines. Can he provide the cover? It's just one player looking to demolish the opposition. It is going to be Noob Dodd. And from through the smoke as well, he's going to find that connection. 4 walls, they get themselves those finishes, and Eggy Gaming has been dismantled yet again. It is Oishani Esports who still survive with just one player inside of the top 4, and even Revenant Xspark. But can these two teams make an impact as Altitude make the push? Noob still looking to make that shotgun sing the songs of death from the backlines. Altitude, they do have cover, they do have the angles, and one single player, it's a monumental task for him. The shotgun does strike. He's taking too much damage, I see.
Oh my goodness, gods, he's gonna get flushed down here. Sport has got a little bit of return fire, drops Noob down pretty low, but is getting completely shut off. Eventually here, where did Revenant Xspark come from? Trace, Scott, and Pain, they came in their perfect timing here to help out Altitude. They cleaned them out, but Sportar is all by himself. Revenant Xspark, they have to win this somehow. Murnon is nowhere far. Manas is nowhere far to provide cover here, but with the counter nades comes in play, Revenant Xspark, they gobble up all these points, and they are in the top 3 as of yet. Revenant Xspark, where did this confidence come from?
Opportunistic, found the right opening, spotted the timing, and of course, just pushed through. Top 2, it is a 2v2 scenario, and Trace and Pain, they've actually done heavy lifting for this team so far. 3 and 1 eliminations respectively. Look at Pain. He is looking for more as well. This man is hungry. This man has no fear. This man has no doubts about his hesitation.
The 2 stars from Revenant Xspark with the highest finishes from their team so far. Pain and Trace God working hand in hand. Somehow survives the ordeal, makes it to the top 2. Altitude looking to be the team that was supposedly closing out this game and winning the winner-winner chicken dinner. But now, with the odds now going towards a 50-50 coin flip. A battle for supremacy as of yet. Revenant Xspark, you guys have endured for the longest moment. This is your moment to shine. 2 versus 2. Altitude. A pretty widespread coming from them. Trace God and Pain also pretty widespread. But they just do not have information here. Circle is going to be cleaning out right in between Manas as well as where Trace God is. And both Manas and Trace God are the only ones inside the zone yet, while Clouds and Pain is still outside. As slowly but surely the circle closes in. Seems like Clouds will be the one that makes the first move here to regroup with Manas, while Trace is going to try and creep up onto those compounds here.
Not the compounds, it is actually the drop. Trace with the ghillie suit trying to keep his position disguised as much as possible, not really giving an inch of space for the opposition team. Altitude, there's a lot of space to actually work with. The wide spread between those 2 players has been brought down. They've cut down that by half. Now both the players are playing in tandem with each other. The nades, the smokes, they're not going to be of any use at this point. There's absolutely zero cover. It's just the slight curvature of the ground which is keeping these teams at bay. Otherwise, Revenant Xspark and Altitude would have already been throwing those jabs and knocks at each other. So far, it seems like Pain also wants to make a move. Trace just holding down that fort. It's not going to be for a long time as the blue zone does creep in. Time for Revenant Xspark to make a move, I see.
Smokes being made. Revenant Xspark knows exactly what to do, but altitude seems like they are going to be pushing out of those compounds. Manas still hugging those towers here, looking for a height advantage over Revenant Xspark. Well, Revenant Xspark, they just are slowly losing out in those positions here, or I would say cover to work with. They've only got a supply crate, a tree, and a rock right in between them, while everything else is kind of open as well. Those ghillie suit is not going to help them as well, considering that there's not enough grass, and Clouds has a very, very strong position to look at both Pain and Trace God.
To be honest, apart from Clouds, Altitude, they're yet to find their positioning as of yet. Look at that. The other player, very close to that blue zone. As soon as this final circle ends, you know as a matter of fact that both these two teams needs to converge. And now this is a story that we have seen for a while now. Revenant Xspark usually so aggressive, but now they've been brought to a deadlock. No movements being made. No false movements can be afforded by these teams as of yet, as Altitude slowly creeps up. This lens sails through. Where will it land? Just misses it by about 10 meters. But it's not the end of it as the artillery war still continues. Trace find the confirmation. The first knock is there. And is it Revenant Xspark's score call? I see. They might actually go and make the move.
This is it. This is their moment to shine as well. Great decision here from Pain to use the car to get those advantages. Scout this up through the smoke. Altitude did not see that coming here. And now a massive nade comes through. Manas dropped down pretty low, but Clouds is going to try to go for the reset. But with the zone coming in, Revenant Xspark just might be able to do it. They still have smokes. Revenant Xspark, they won't be able to close things out. The nades from Pain will clutch it out big time with a winner chicken dinner for Revenant Xspark. What an ordeal coming from them. What a game.
What a game coming in from these lads. From a position where we almost thought that Oishani Esports and potentially even Eggy Esports from the backlines are going to sandwich this team, especially when Punk fell. There's no way Trace and Pain actually worked it out alive out of that situation. I think it's a brilliant partnership that got them not just the chicken dinner, but also a lot of finishes along the process.
You know, the biggest decision they have made so far was choosing the right moment to slam on those Eggy and Altitude, where Altitude understood that they had one of the biggest control in the map. They understood that this was their game to win, and when they decided to go for the 2-2 split and lost the fight, especially coming from Spora, Revenant Xspark hit them in the right moment, took them out, and then from then on, it became a 2 versus 2. So very, very beautiful stuff here from Revenant Xspark and also Altitude, and I'm very happy to see Altitude coming into play as well. But yeah, this was the final moments here. 4 Wolves getting slammed from Eggy was pretty much a forced maneuver, right? They had no choice to go in for this engagement. And on the minimap as well, you can even see Altitude was also keeping Ghostface in check and also Revenant Xspark in check. So no choice. They had to go in for this swing, and then eventually this fight took a little bit too long, which resulted in Revenant Xspark, you know, making it towards a 2v2 and then progressing into this final fight as well. The biggest significance in terms of difference here is going to be the experience, taking advantage of those smokes that mask your presence, using those cars to elevate you and give you vision.
Yeah.
Live pinging that, allowing Trace God, because of Pain's ping, to take that initial knock was just very, very clutch.
I think Altitude, they were in a position where they almost had 60% of the odds to win that final duel.
Yeah.
But that decision to leave Clouds' position and to regroup, I think just made the risk so much more. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, it was a brilliant, brilliant first game off the map of Erangel. Revenant Xspark, of course, getting the chicken dinner. A great comeback coming in from Eggy Gaming as well, because I feel like that was one game where they got themselves position points. And since we are talking about points, we'll talk about the scorecard, but right after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the land of dreams, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the battlegrounds as BGIS the Grind 2026 continues. And this time on the panel, it is going to be Johnny with me, joining alongside for our third game, which is about to come in. But before we move towards there, that second game, the first map of Erangel, it was beautifully positioned. Team Altitude had a lovely little positioning, but then Revenant Xspark, a lovely little duo. I want to know your thoughts about Trace and Payne, these two young lads. They're actually doing such amazing stuff because of the experience.
I mean, it's not just the experience. I mean, Payne has had, what, 2 days of play day experience? So, yeah, it's not just the experience, it's just the mechanical prowess that these two individuals have. Trace experience does come into play, has played the circuit for the entirety of 2025, basically, and that kind of lends a helping hand. But you know what? If you need that amount of swag in your matches, if you want to feel that Arthur Shelby personality, that aura inside of your game, well, the Peaky Blinders set is out, so you guys can go and try and grab yourselves one of these skins. And of course, if you get that Arthur Shelby kit, then do make sure to let us know.
It is a lucky spin, actually. You will have to try and go after it, but it's completely fine, I guess. If you aren't somebody like me, you probably get it in your first couple of spins. I'm not sure when I'm going to get it. I'm still about to, finish off my match and then go for 10 more spins, but I've spent a lot of money already.
Yeah, at this point, we're just almost broke.
we're broke. But nonetheless, it is worth it because it is Thomas Shelby and Arthur Shelby, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But talking about the MVP of that last game, certainly Jackson from Oishani Esports, 4 eliminations, but the same goes to so for Payne09 as 4 finishes, 50% of contribution. Clouds and Oxen also joining the picture as well, Johnny.
Yeah, Jackson did quite well in Rondo as well, so I think from the side of Aura we have at least one player that's being consistent, but the remaining players also need to step up. We talk about Payne, 4 eliminations for him, and that definitely lends a hand to Revenant Xspark, 18 points in the point standings of this game. Then we have Eggy Gaming with 12 points. Eggy Gaming, they are doing extremely well as far as their performances on Erangel are considered. Rondo, not so much. Miramar is also kind of okay for them. Altitude in this game was a nice little bounce back for them. For 4 Wolves GOD, for Oishani Esports, Troy Tamilan, Aura is maintaining a standard. I have to say, they're getting those standard 6 to 7 points every single game.
I love Aura's consistency today, and more than the consistency, I think it has been their confidence today that is making the difference. They are not shying away from those fights, but ladies and gentlemen, with that chicken dinner, it is Revenant Xspark taking that top spot once again. 82 points secured, versatile as well, 76 points. They're closely following by, but you've got to look at Eggy Gaming. 7 matches played, 3 position points, 8th game, 3 position points. Make it 54 points inside the top 8.
Yeah.
That is funny because 48 finished points and just 6 position points.
I mean, what do you expect when you have Ralph OG, Gamla Boy and Troy in the same team? I think those 6 position points are going to be because of Eggy, because he's the IGL and IGLs are always going to be focused about surviving till the endgame stages, closing out matches. But then Troy, Gamla Boy and Ralph OG are all about getting those finishes. And it is incredible that Eggy Gaming can just maintain that spot based off of raw firepower and zero tacticality. But towards the top of the leaderboard, things are getting interesting. We are seeing extreme switches happen just in one single match. First, it was Revenant Xspark dropping from the 1st to the 4th position, and now they're back at the top again.
You know, one very interesting thing is that particular map of Erangel actually gave an opportunity to those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard to make their way up. We saw Troy Tamilan Esports kind of pull off a decent play, especially through the bridge where there was absolutely nothing. Oishani Esports as well, I think I want to give credit to them because this was one of their first games where we actually thought that they might actually take the win, unless, of course, Revenant Xspark with that push just absolutely went through them. And, of course, Team Altitude as well. They have been struggling, but that game kind of showed that, yes, this team does have what it takes to potentially make it to the top 8 and then, of course, to the further rounds.
That is true, and we're going to be hopeful. I mean, hope is still there. There's still a lot of matches left for these teams. I mean, 2 play days remaining after the break, because Group D will resume their journey tomorrow. And, of course, 4 more matches left for today itself. So, again, if Altitude, if Oishani, or even if Troy Tamilan Esports for that matter are consistently placing themselves in the top 3, in the top 4 and securing 6 to 7 eliminations, then I don't think it is going to be long before they find themselves in the top 8. But they're going to just be there on that 8th position.
Absolutely. And I also think that Altitude, their favorite map is the map of Miramar. If they actually do well on the map of Erangel, they are well set for those last 2 games. We'll find that out, ladies and gentlemen, just after this, because map of Miramar is coming onto your screens. Erangel, pardon me.
Yep, it is going to be Wrangle game number 3 of day number 2 for Group C, match 9 overall. And again, the switches that have happened in the last few games, as Salty also mentioned, have allowed the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard to try and catch up, finally finding themselves in a fighting position for that top 8 bracket. But focusing on this match, we have the flight path starting from the southeastern quadrant of the map, the southeastern edge of that military island, going towards the northwestern quadrant, just west of shooting range.
Absolutely. Now, central flight path, allowing majority of the team to just go to their drop locations and be comfortable, have a good start as well. But consistently, they will have to look at the circle as well, because Wrangle, in spite of being a very convenient map for all the players, the circles have actually caused a lot of problems. We saw the last circle as well, far north. We saw yesterday we had 2 circles, one in the waters, one towards the shorelines. And I believe consistent performances will be needed for teams in the lower bracket.
For sure, but I think for this Wrangle, there's just one team that is happy looking at that flight path, and that is going to be GLITCHREBORN, because Eggy Gaming can't drop clash them anymore, and they have been hoping for that since yesterday. 2 games in a row. Eggy Gaming forcing GLITCHREBORN in such awkward positions that they were getting wiped out within the first few minutes of the game. This time around, though, Eggy a little bit north of Glitch, and of course you have Revenant Xspark dropping to the southern shorelines of that main island, and of course, why not right now have a hybrid circle as well?
Absolutely, hybrid circle, which also includes military base. In fact, the entirety of military base.
Look at North, though, Severny. We have a 3-way drop clash. Oishani, Medal, and for Wolves, for Severny.
They've always loved those northern locations, right? Oishani Esports as well as 4 Wolves. They love to start off from far north, but Medal Esports, I'm not really sure about them, because they've always tried to go to these northern frontiers, but then they usually get drop clashed either for the vehicles or potentially in the early phases of the game. So has to be careful. I really want Medal Esports to sort of go towards the final phase of the game, showcase their prowess and what they have come up with, dropping into Severny alongside Oishani Esports. There's always a risk that this fight can break open, because as soon as you take that exit from Severny, there's huge open grasslands, allowing players like Dizzy to just let their DP28s do the trick.
Let's see, though. I mean, it's going to be a struggle to find those weapons in the early stages for both the sides, and it's not like one is just doing drastically better than the other between these two teams. Medal sitting on the 16th position with just 11 points, and Oishani on the 14th with 27. It's just a slight improvement from where Medal is, but right now, we saw a few SMGs, a few shotguns as well. Lycan finally gets that mini 14, but he's going to need a scope if he wants to actually engage into a fight against the side of Oishani. And that's not available yet. Honey Badger in the hands of Akash, a weapon that's been buffed recently. A little bit more damage output than it used to be, but Oishani, it feels like with the way they are moving, they want to back off, they want to disengage. They are putting in some distance between them and the players of Medal Esports.
It's not really going to force the issue as of yet, unless and until you find the opening. Oishani Esports, they've got a massive split in between their 4 players. 2 players on one side, the other 2 players just holding down the exit of that land of Severny, which is understandable since they have seen Medal Esports dropping down alongside them as well. So I love that tactic, which also goes to show that Oishani Esports have no intention of going in for a push or a fight early on. They are looking for the fight to come to them and then potentially react to it. But then, of course, talking about the winners of the last game, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Revenant Xspark. Trace, of course, what a performance once again. So far, if I'm not mistaken, he's still the top fragger inside of this group.
Yeah.
And I guess alongside him, Payne has been kind of pulling his socks as well quite a lot, coming closer to that lad. Last game, we saw Payne literally pull off heroics. Revenant Xspark were in trouble, especially in compounds like these, in the northern compounds, but Payne was the one who held the fort, consistently going in for those knocks, helping his team revive. We saw Ninja and Trace getting knocked out multiple times, but not once did we witness Payne lose his composure.
Yeah, and I think that's the case for the entirety of Revenant Xspark, in fact, because yesterday with how things kicked off, Trace being the highest fragger in Rondo, Payne also keeping up with the pace, and out of nowhere, Punk as well joins the party, joins the aggression. And then you talk about Ninja. If on his worst day, the man is able to pull off a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 clutch, Well, what else can you say about that team?
To talk about the team again, we'll find out what can they do. Usually consistency has been a problem. Revenant Xspark, after a good performance, we've seen multiple slip-ups happen as well, which results them in sacrificing or giving up their #1 spot to other teams.
But they rubber band very well. That's also the thing.
So I think it is not a problem of quality. It's just that I believe they're still kind of experimenting around the lobby.
Could be. I mean, that the playstyle that they have is also going to have the flaw of getting eliminated early. That's what high-risk, high-reward situations are all about. And Revenant Xspark, it's always a gamble. It's either 100 or a complete 0.
Yeah. Another team who actually does that has to be Eggy Gaming as well. They also love those high-risk, high-reward plays, but usually, at least in today's games, we've found out that in Eggy Gaming, they are looking for those consistent performances in both the games.
They're looking for GLITCHxREBORN right now inside of the game, but what they do not know is GLITCHREBORN have kind of evaded the drop spot early and are moving towards the center. We see them from the POV of Vasista Esports, who are just a little bit off-center of the circle.
I also want to find out where Gods for a Reason are, because yesterday this team was one of the biggest names that surprised me on my list, because absolutely no names. We haven't really heard of the players before. Came in with potentially not a lot of experience, but then they definitely made their skill sets count and did definitely make an impact inside of the lobby, especially after that first game. We saw them take up that second position, push down Vasista Esports as well. It's not easy, especially when you look at somebody like a Vasista with so much experience, with so much adaptations in play. G4R, they've done a beautiful job so far.
Yeah, pretty well played from Gods for a Reason. As you mentioned, consistency put on display. Never panicking in a single moment, even when they're outnumbered. But Jux Esports, they've tried this before. This time, they're amazing. Just straight up climbs that bridge. And he spotted the vehicle from the side of Revenant Xspark. But Trey's being ever cautious. Doesn't really make a move. He's just circling in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of the road, in fact. But he's waiting for his opponents. He wants to scout out that position. And if Trace has a scope, and Amazing pulls the trigger, second too early, he's going to get spotted out, and the element of surprise just completely goes away. 3x scope on a ScarL. Completely prone.
I'm pretty sure had it been an AOG, Amazing would have opened fire already.
I think with an M4, it would have been much easier if he had a scope and, not scope, a stock and a grip. But we don't know what attachments are there on his ScarL right now.
I mean, I personally never really prefer the ScarL for long-distance engagements. I don't know why, but it's the stability which does not feel right. The weapon, the bullet spread seems to be a little more drastic as compared to the M4 or the AUG. The AUG has actually been used by a lot of these players recently, and they love the feel of it.
It's the rate of fire. It's DPS-wise, AUG is better than the M4 and the ScarL.
Oh, really?
A lot better, yeah. It's like comparing the Groza to the barrel, basically.
Wow. But then, of course, with the ScarL, Jux Esports just holding down that line of sight, getting as much information as possible, but Revenant Xspark, they've actually moved away from it. Meanwhile, look at the circle, ladies and gentlemen. You mentioned hybrid circle, Johnny. This seems like a little bit of a more southern push, which does include a lot of military base into play.
Yep.
And I guess teams are going to be second-guessing now. Do or do they not make that cross?
I mean, the teams that were playing the bridge falling back is a much bigger surprise to me in this one, because, as you mentioned, it's quite obvious everyone's going to take a gamble. For the teams that have found that hovercraft, it's going to be a little bit easier to cross over right now, but we'll circle back to this conversation in a bit. For now, a fight has broken out. It's Eggy Gaming having an awkward run in against the players of 4 Wolves. Eggy himself knocked out. Troy looking to provide some support, dishes out a lot of damage onto Avnish, but the knock is not yet there. And now Troy, he's going to feel the pressure. 1v3 in front of him. His teammates, they are a little bit further away. They're trying to provide a little bit of support from the distance, but they can't move in.
I love the fact that Troy is actually holding down the fort, but then that was the moment where he kind of overextended. 4 Wolves, they will find the opening. 2 players brought down, their IGL as well as Troy. Now that means Eggy Gaming will have to flee from the situation. We move somewhere else where Tamilan Esports, they are going head-to-head against Learn From Past and Tamilan. They've kind of suffered casualties over here. Aiden will go down. Troy Tamilan making their fall back. Versatile was looking to make that cross on over, but it seems like they have been halted.
I think the entirety of Versatile is there on the southern side of this bridge, of this military bridge, but the problem is that Versatile are in a position from where they can get sandwiched very easily. There's Learn From Pass right next to them, and Vasista Esports up north. It is going to cause a lot of trouble for the side of Versatile, and Troy Tamilan Esports, they've taken control of that small little village that's there just east of the military bridge. But the only problem for Troy Tamilan is that elevation that Versatile is going to have. But on the other side of things, no rep Neubridge, Jux Esports, after falling back, they stop Rider Esports in their tracks. Although, still haven't found the opening that they were looking for.
This is a lovely position, to be honest, for Jux Esports. Can potentially get Rider Esports, can catch them at bay. Need to wait for these players to come in, though. It is extremely important to be patient when you are holding these bridge angles. But have a look at that. FS Esports stuck in a corner, stuck in a ditch. Sarvit, the man who is trying to hold down the fort, but it seems like Avioji and his aggression, it's always there. It's always been there through the years. But GLITCHxREBORN, the rest of the players aren't really sure about it, which forces Avioji to fall back.
I mean, see, so many teams inside of the blue right now. You can see that on that team status board. But GLITCHxREBORN, they're going to make sure that at least one of these teams is going to get wiped out right now. And they found FS. 2 players shut down, 2 more left in front of them. It's going to be Doxy and Rishi. GLITCHxREBORN, they have the numbers advantage to work with, but the problem is the cluster that surrounds them. You see Aura in the distance, and since this terrain is completely flat, even Aura can have a line of fire for GLITCHxREBORN. The nade falling a bit short, but I want to go back to one thing that was visible on the map when we saw it a few seconds ago. It's the fact that the 2 teams from Severny are playing extremely slow. Metal Esports still all the way towards shooting range and Rozhok, and Oishani Esports are in Primorsk. Well, at least they can cross the river, cross the water body, make their way towards the military island, but Metal Esports, I don't think Metal is going to do well even in this game. Look at where they are.
You know, battling your opponents, battling the opposition, the enemies inside the battlegrounds, it's one thing, but battling the zone, yeah, man, it does hurt because nature cannot be defeated, ladies and gentlemen. Oishani, though, they've actually figured out a trick. Karanopi making that rotation through the water bodies as well, can find a lovely little spot to make that injection point. But Team Altitude, especially with the way they are holding down that military base bridge, I'm not really sure if Oishani will be allowed space to move. Have a look at this Revenant Xspark. They've actually made that cross on over. And this is good news because now they are at the center of the circle. 2 hovercrafts to work with. Almost a tank for Revenant Xspark to tank all those damages. But can they make use of this positioning? Vasista, though, they are looking cross on over. Does Hector have no idea where he's heading in? No way! Clouds will find the opening, and Vasista Esports have been brought down to a deadlock now.
What happened to the comms between Vasista Esports? Because just a few moments ago, we saw the players taking those shots on the players of Altitude themselves. But Hector still choosing to push through, gets knocked, gets finished off, and Vasista Esports are now left without their IGL. Cheyenne is looking for a trade. The damage for the blue zone as well is going to cause trouble in a little while, but at least for now, he's just tapping away at the feet of Clouds, but the first aid comes through. Clouds back again with 75% HP, quite healthy.
Quite healthy for sure. Team Altitude, they are currently outside the zone, but Vasista Esports, I guess it is going to be a little bit of a boon because now that they give up their positions, space is there. Talk about this fight between 4 Worlds and GLITCHxREBORN. They have been eyeing this fight for a while now, but Avioji is going to be the first man to fall. Beautiful nades coming in from this flat. Jax from the back lines. Shotguns don't really strike. 4 Worlds, they retain their position, and Palu OP is going to give so much credit for that fight. 7 eliminations for 4 Worlds. That is brilliant, but the threat still remains. Look at that mini-map. You have to cross on over. The circle is completely on the military base. We are in for a treat, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and it's going to move towards the shoreline as well, I believe, eventually. So there's going to be more trouble for 4 Wolves for that late crossing. But look at this. FS, they lied in wait. They were just there waiting for an opportunity, third party, and 4Wolves Immortal. He just pushes forward, takes a swan dive with that vehicle into the water body. FS are now going to try and rack up a few eliminations for themselves. A knock secured by Doxy. That's going to stop Avnish in his tracks. He's going to hope for a revive before pushing through, but two players from the side of FS are in that water. And you see Rishi following up. Now Doxy just needs to take those cues. Wait, did they not see Immortal? Did Rishi not spot him? My goodness, that's a big blunder.
I thought he was in the waters to spot those players.
Yeah,
but it
me
seems
too.
like he's completely lost sight of those players. Forwards, though, all of a sudden they have an opportunity to go in for a reset because Doxy, finding them knock, kind of gave up on that option, so that player is going to get revived. These players inside the waters have lost sight of FS Esports as well. So, good news for 4Worlds. But problems for FS Esports in the same scenario as well, because I don't know how they are going to be the ones making the cross, and Doxy falls. This is lovely stuff from 4Worlds as Avnish finds that trade knock, gives it back to the opposition, and now 4Worlds quite comfortably can make that pounce. Rishi will sort of feel quite lonely over there in the waters, because as soon as he crosses, I'm pretty sure 4Wolves, Immortal and Noob, they're going to be waiting with arms open.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, just because they got there early, they're going to repay the favor to the player of FS. 8 eliminations on the board for 4Wolves, and it seems like the Wolf Pack is out on a hunt right now, but they got to be cautious as well. Once they reach the shoreline, you will have the players of Versatile waiting for them as well. They're hiding in the shack, and I don't think anyone who's breaching the shore, breaching the circle late is going to be aware of their position. Or maybe they are, because look at that finish feed. Immortal instantly finds a knock, a finish, and even Newbie gets finished off. That's going to be an early exit handed over to the players of Versatile.
Wow, did Versatile not expect anybody to come in from the backlines? Because it seems like they were not checking it at all. How come 4Wolves just make their run in on the shorelines, cross on over as well, and then find the entirety of Versatile Esports? Now that is problematic, but at least for 4Wolves, they might have just touched that 10 finish marker, 10 finish points inside of this game. Still needs to push forth a Revenant Xspark, and right next to them from that map feed, Oishani Esports though. This is a team whose rotations needs to be given credit, because they dropped in at Severny, went on for a water rotation, came in from the military base river, and now find themselves on the south side of the circle.
Oh, but finally, I think 4Wolves are about to get shut down. On the finish feed, Revenant Xspark, they spot them out. One player knocked out, but finish conversion yet to come through. In the meanwhile, Oishani Esports, as you were talking about them, I think for them also trouble is brewing up in the form of Gods for Reason and Learn From Past, who have better map control in comparison to Oishani.
Yeah.
But Revenant Xspark, they got to stop at that hill towards the northern edge of the circle, but no, they make a bounce for the center where the players of Altitude, Learn From Past, and Revenant Xspark are going to have a three-way conflict. Cloud's already knocked out. Ninja with that nade can secure the finish. Oh, it's just a bit off outside of that building, but Learn From Past. Max uses the distraction of Altitude, secures an opening against the players of Revenant Xspark, as well as Pain finally gets knocked out.
Three-way engagement. No real compounds to be controlled as well. Revenant Xspark all huddled in just one corner. You've got LAFP huddled in one corner as well as Altitude.
There's a 4 team in the mix as well, by the way. Look at the radar. There's Jux looking to close in just now. Amazing. He's sitting there in the watchtower just tracking what is happening. 2 players south of this compound are just waiting for an opportunity to strike. So whoever survives between the 3 of these sides, if they're down in numbers, they're going to get pounced upon by Jux Esports.
Jux Esports, I love this split, to be honest.
Yeah, me too.
From the map feed, we can see that there are 2 players who are closing onto this fight, but the rest of the players are still holding down the back line, something which Team Versatile failed to do so, which resulted in their demise. And look at this. One player from FS Esports, that Lone Strangler, has been brought down. And now their only threat remains will be the 4Wolves. Can Rebu and Superb deal with this threat? Because it is not your usual fight. It is a 4v2 which you have to win successfully so that Amazing and Niku can do their job up front.
Yeah, but while this is happening here, Jux is scouting for information and they've spotted out 4 Wolves. who I believe are going for a flank. 4 Wolves want to take this fight. It's a 2 versus 4 in their favor, and unless Jux manage to equalize the numbers, these 2 lads are going to lose their life. But 4 Wolves, as they try to move for cover, players are going to drop to the floor. It is going to be Avnish, the first man to get knocked out, but now they finally have enough room to go for a revive. But as they think of bringing their numbers back, they instantly lose a man from their side. 4 Wolves are down to 3 players.
4 Wolves. Now 3 Wolves as of yet. It seems like they are caught in between a rock and a hard place, because as soon as they try to move out, there are going to be multiple candidates to try and shoot them down. Their vehicles have been taken out as well, so there's no mobility. There's no quick ways to get out of that situation. I'm not sure how many smokes do they have for themselves. On the other side, G4R, who have been kind of silent inside of this map so far, seems like finally look to make their presence felt. It is Beast OG on that nade. Does it land on the money? Not really. No openings being found. Still looking for his comrade. I don't really want him to take this fight all by himself.
Yeah.
There's Oishani Esports up front. They do have a little bit of that height advantage, which does so much. Especially when you look at the shotgun perspective, gives you a little better line of sight against your opposition. Gods for a reason will have to find a way to break through this fight.
For sure. I mean, this is a position of no redemption, I guess, for Gods for a reason, because as you mentioned, Oishani Esports, they have the high ground to work with, and in fact, they've sent one of their players to secure a spot inside of the play zone as well. Ghostface, though, look at the radar. I think he spotted out Sayed, and he wants to secure that elimination point for his team. But Scream, all right, has a lot of utility to work with now. She spotted out in the back lines, and Beast OG in the front. Oishani Esports, they need to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once they move towards the play zone, they are going to be spotted out by either Jux or by Altitude. But Gods for Reason are going to be the ones finding that opening, and that's just going to force Ghostface to join Desi in the back lines. Scream, he got knocked out. He's going to get finished off. And Oishani Esports, now they are going to try and hunt out Syed. Oh, he dodges it.
You know, I've actually seen comical moments where your oppositions tend to get inside your hovercraft as soon as you try to run past them as well, and all of a sudden you have nothing else to do because your enemy is inside your vehicle.
And if you get out, he's going to take that hovercraft away.
Exactly, right? It's so funny. We've seen that happen quite a lot of times, actually.
But Aura Esports, that last man Sayed got finished off because when he jumped towards the left of the hovercraft, Ghostface was chasing in a buggy, and that run over came through. So we are finally down to the top 8 teams of this game.
20 players remaining. This is stage 6, ladies and gentlemen. Tamilan Esports once again deep inside of the final third of the game. This time needs to close it out. 4 players are not available. That is going to be a problem, but they do have 4 eliminations on board. 4 Wolves. It is Immortal, the lonesome survivor from the distance, has been trying to cause problems, potentially get a couple of more finish points. 10 points on board. I think this is already a decent game altogether, but as soon as he moves out, learn from past, they're going to get advantage of it. Rush Boy with that finish. Learn from past. They're looking solid. And I think credit has to be given to these 3 teams. Learn from past, Altitude, and Revenant Xspark. Quickly realizing that the circle is going to end up on those 3 compounds, being the first to react and finding a hard cover for themselves, because all the rest of the teams, they're struggling right now, Johnny.
Yeah, and the struggles are going to go worse. Because, as you mentioned, just 3 teams with proper cover to work with. Everyone else is going to be fighting out into the open. And one of those names is going to be Jux Esports. Jux Esports, they just have the numbers advantage to work with, or had the numbers advantage to work with, because Niku now got knocked out, and I think he is going to get back on his feet, because it's very difficult for anyone to secure that elimination point for themselves. Jux Esports, they are in an isolated position towards the western edge of the circle, but talking about the center of attention and of the circle, Altitude, Revenant Xspark, and Learn from Past. The conflict continues. The nade knocks out Clouds. Gods, he does not really have a lot of HP to work with. And the smokes that have been thrown out actually give room for the players of Revenant Xspark to push up and nade the players of Altitude out of existence.
I don't know what is this risk assessment from Pain. What was that movement? He came out of his compound, knew he's so confident about his presence in the smoke that nobody else is going to take him down, and the nade was precise. It was precision at its finest, but nonetheless, Revenant Xspark 4 eliminations on board. This time having spotted down NiKOO as well, shots being taken. Punk knows exactly where the threat might come from. But the rest of the players, they're yet to be spotted. Revenant Xspark, they might be in trouble. Do not, or rather cannot afford to lose track of learn from past, because I'm pretty sure as soon as this needs to come in, there's not enough space to evade that damage.
Yeah, for sure there isn't. I mean, if they get pushed, it's going to be a 3v4, and unless the players from Revenant Xspark, I mean, for them the odds are quite high, but unless they pull off individual multi-frags, maths is against them. Jux just has to find those trades on those knocking opportunities, and they come out on top automatically. And look at this, NiKOO has laid out a nice little path for his team to work with, and finally the slam comes through. Superb and Reboot leading the charge. Ninja were lying in wait, secures the opener, and that's the advantage Revenant Xspark were looking for. Now between these two teams, numbers are equalized, but Reboot, he's cooking up an 8 before he can lob it. He gets taken out, and Jux might have just thrown this game out the window. 2 players remain. Gods for Reason also face an exit at the hands of Oishani Esports, but Revenant Xspark just focused on the lads of Jux. Amazing, he's still there. He does manage to sneak in. And NiKOO on the flank, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Has absolutely zero vision of what's happening inside of the building, but focuses on the top of that hill, where Oishani have been eliminated. Down to the top 5 teams in this game.
Revenant Xspark, that is brilliant compound defense, to be honest. Jux Esports, their win condition was simple, to take down the first man who comes into the picture. But it seems like they're not giving up as of yet. The nade does sail in, takes down Ninja in the process. Revenant Xspark, while they were dealing with Jux Esports, Ninja was fixated on learn from past, but here comes the push. Amazing with the shotgun, is looking to do something brilliant, but Max is going to get him knocked out, and that is a free finish for Pain. Still looking to convert it. Cannot lose sight of that last remaining player. NiKOO from the distance will be the one who denies that point to Revenant Esports, and it seems like, look at this, Troy Tamilan from the distance. Lens will take away that final play. Jux, that is a sad ending to a beautiful attempt.
It is an extremely sad ending, because even if you finish your teammate, the point goes to the man who knocked him out, which was learned from past. So, yeah, that does absolutely nothing but ruin your chances of a very hopeful, a very optimistic clutch in the end game. But anyways, the top contenders of this match from about stage 4, stage 5 have been Revenant Xspark and Learn from Past since they got control of these buildings. Now with the nades being lobbed by the players of Troy Tamilan Esport, if they manage to catch anyone from the side of Learn from Past off guard, they swing this endgame in the favor of Revenant Xspark. But even though the HP bars are being chipped away, Learn from Past 3-man strong, they can stop Troy Tamilan in their tracks. It's stage 8. The next one is going to be the endgame collapse, and Learn from Past sitting in the center are going to be the last ones to move out from the cover.
You know, all of a sudden, since Jux Esports got taken out of the picture, all that attention is on Learn from Past right now.
Yeah.
Troy Tamilan, G4R's Beast OG, both these players, if they do decide to converge upon to Learn from Past, it just opens the doors of opportunities, world of possibilities for Revenant Xspark, and now they're looking so confident. From the distance, of course, it is Pain who never really fails. Yet another shot connected, 4 finishes on board. Revenant Xspark are looking for a back-to-back chicken dinner on the map of Erangel.
Yeah, and they're looking quite solid as well. Decent amount of loot available on the players of Revenant Xspark. It's a 3 versus 3 versus 1. 3 for Revenant Xspark, 3 for Learn from Past, and just 1 man remaining from the side of Gods for Reason, which is also very impressive, because that fight against Oishani Esports was very awkward. They took that first knock, and then for some reason Oishani just go ahead and blunder and overextend on the northern side of the hill, getting taken out by a third party, but Beast OG slowly and steadily crawling forward. And this happened yesterday as well. An isolated player. No one was able to spot him out, and he made it to the top 2. And even right now, Learn from Past, they haven't seen him. He's inching closer. He sees them. But Revenant Xspark, they spot him out. And so do the players of Learn from Past. Termi gets that finish for himself. Now we're down to the final 3v3.
It is the final 3v3, ladies and gentlemen. A Mexican standoff in a world of clouds. Look at the smoke come through as the first knock is in the hands of Revenant Xspark. Punk finds it, but a little bit of trade happens through as well. Learn from past, they're not giving it up. It's 2v2 as far as I can see. 9 finishes on board for this team. Learn from past, they do not really have a lot of space to work with, as Revenant Xspark have split themselves up in 2 groups. Ninja constantly putting up the pressure from another angle as this nade strike. Just one man surviving. Headshots was there, but the DP 28 damage isn't enough. Another nade comes through. Punk looking to find the final nail in the coffin. Can he provide that final blow with the nade itself? And it seems like this should be the deed. And Ninja finds it. Punk with that final blow. Revenant Xspark with a back-to-back chicken dinner, Johnny.
Yeah, I was surprised that Ninja didn't lob the nade in the backside of that building, because I thought he saw Max leaning out and going for a peek, but doesn't matter. The timing of that smoke, Ninja's nade, and the fact that the player from Learn from Past just gets out of the window perfectly, stepping on a landmine and blowing to smithereens, worked out in the favor of Revenant Xspark. And as you said, back-to-back chicken dinner. It seems like yesterday they just wanted to practice Rondo. Today they are getting their game plan on an angle down to the dots and the T's.
Does that mean that the Miramars are going to be very bad and they come back on the 3rd day and play the map of Miramar really well? Because
could be, man. I mean, yeah, one day, one map.
But you look at the way both the maps were played extremely technically, right? The first game as well, when they got the chicken dinner, it required precise movements, precise capturing of compounds right at the exact time. Revenant Xspark did that this time as well. Finding that compound was extremely important. Dealing with Jux right in the nick of time was extremely important. Splitting up at the right nick of time was also extremely important. And then, of course, Ninja, somebody who people don't really realize has also been a very important key in the process, has always been delivering from the backlines. These nades inside the smoke, right on the money. This is a lot of experience coming through, Johnny.
It is a lot of experience coming through, but one thing that is very interesting is the fact that towards the end, Revenant Xspark just went and risked it all for that chicken dinner. Because as soon as Payne was knocked out, I was expecting Punk to go for a revive, because they had Termi out of the way and Ninja was keeping the other 2 players in the backside building at bay. He wasn't allowing them to make that push. So I thought the revive was going to be there. In the end, it was going to be a 2v1. But no, it was a 1v1. Punk was just like lobbing those nades onto the last man from Learn from Past. He just wanted to do it himself.
Exactly right. Ninja getting knocked down right at the edge of that nade. I kind of felt like Punk, it becomes a little risky to still cook the nade and try and go for it, but he knew that he's going to find it. The TPP angle for him helped him a lot, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, a wrangle did come to an end, Johnny. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners. I believe that brings a huge lead to them on the overall standings.
It does. It establishes them as the top contending team, but still, this was just game 3. 3 more matches left. Can someone dethrone Revenant Xspark? We'll find that out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026, The Grind here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Caster of the Year for 2025. We have Necro on board with us for today. And of course, we are going to be kicking things off here for Group C as well. And guess what? A surprising back-to-back winner chicken dinners here coming from Revenant Xspark. And Necro being back here for today, first day on the job. Were you expecting Revenant Xspark to be making a bounce back like this?
I mean, especially watching them play yesterday, somewhere down line, we knew that Revenant Xspark is going to dominate anyways. And that's what's currently happening. I did have a lot of expectations from the teams on the latter half of the board, though. Teams like Metal Esports, which are still struggling, by the way. And for Metal Esports, it seems like things are just getting even worse.
Yeah, and speaking of getting worse here, for these guys watching at home as well, you guys got to check out this skin here. Frozen Floka Blooms in Frost is currently in play as well. If you guys are looking to stay icy cool like Icy Baby, be sure you get yours right now in-game, in stores. Check it out, so cool. It's on the L-band, on the left. Don't you agree? Kind of looks like you as well, only difference is you are dark blue, he's light blue.
No, it does not look like me. It's a completely different skin. I don't know what kind of parallels did you draw there, but yeah, the skin looks amazing, guys. I would recommend you guys to go inside of the game and definitely try and get your hands onto it. It's a beautiful looking skin. But yeah, once again, back towards the conversation that we're having, right? Revenant Xspark dominating, and the MVP, though, this time, it's someone from the side of Tamilan Esports. Lens, finally, Tamilan Esports, slowly and steadily, maybe getting back up on top.
Now, Lens is one of the stars coming in from last year in particular when he was playing with Revenant Xspark as well. He was the guy that is always getting the finish, top finish leaderboards in particular. And for him to make a little bit bounce back here, is this a big number? Unfortunately, no. It's not exactly the Lens standard that I'm so used to with 9 finishes, 12 finishes, etc. But it is a sign of relief to see him finally, getting a little bit back of momentum here, considering that this is his second day back at the job, at least for 2026. But joining him, we do have Beast from Gods for Rain, we have Immortal from 4 Wolves, and also, well, the rest of the pack here. And now, majority, the highest finish in the game was 4 finishes by a single player. So it was kind of even things out here. So based on the point standings here, we do see, obviously, Revenant Xspark with the Chicken Dinner will get 21 points. But it's kind of evenly spread out with Learn from Past, Gods for Rain, Gods for Reason, 4 Wolves, Tamilan Esports as well is Jux Esports. So it's kind of even here. There's no like power vacuum all the way through.
True that, and even Learn from Past, right? Especially, this is another one of those names. They're not really going for those flashy plays, but still so consistent. And I feel like this is one of those teams that teams should really look out for. Overall standings pop up on the screen as well. Revenant Xspark, 103 points, officially crossing that 3-point marker. Then you've also got Gods for Reason, once again, right there with 81 points. VXT with 77. Top 3 teams are someone that we have been looking at them for a long time now.
And VXT, was one of the expected ones to be in the top 2 here. Yesterday as well, we saw Vasista Esports and also VXT being one of the top contenders alongside Revenant Xspark. But Gods for a Reason was one of the under-the-radar teams that has been consistent in every single game. Yes, they did not close out games very, very cleanly, but they have placed themselves in steady positions for all the matches they played. 31 position points with 50 finishes only, putting them on the 2nd position. But now, let's talk about the contrast between finish points so far here. Eggy still sitting on the top 8 here. Not a lot of position points, but still a high, decent amount of finish points.
As long as you're able to sustain that spot in the top 8, that's all that matters, right? Even if you do finish things off in the 8th spot, it's still okay. As long as you're there in the top 8, you will get a better standing towards the main event. And that's what all these teams are fighting for, right? As I mentioned, though, the latter half of the board, I see, this is where the real concerns begin. Teams like GLITCHxREBORN, Metal Esports, still on the struggling side of the spectrum. I'm not sure what's going on with them.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, this group itself here, all 16 teams of your favorite teams are not going to be eliminated after the entire matches in general as well, because the top 8 will be seeded into round 3 and the bottom 8 will be seeded into round 2 itself. So that is going to be a completely different journey when the round stages actually begin. But of course, we are looking for the best teams from all around India to be playing with us right now. And to see all these roster shuffles here, especially here in the grind stages, gives us a little bit of sense of, I would say, idea on how the teams are going to be progressing later on.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the progression so far, I personally feel like nothing can be said. There are, of course, a lot of these teams that aren't even playing these entire grinds seriously. We have seen so many teams that do pretty much flip the script the moment they step inside of the main event. The teams that are struggling over here, they somehow end up dominating inside of the main event. And I feel like the 2023 Revenant Xspark I mean to say, the 2024 Revenant Xspark run, you remember that,
Yeah,
right?
it was the perfect run.
Exactly. They were eliminated from the grind, but then later on from the in-game qualifiers, they came back in and they snatched the trophy away.
Yeah.
So anything can happen. Right now, to say anything, it's really tough.
Exactly. Unfortunately, that roster is no longer existing here. It has kind of been split off so far.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, I think now one of the controversies that is going to be coming in here is that Revenant Xspark, do they have what it takes? And of course, this is going to be the redemption arc from Punk. We obviously know there has been a lot of iffy moments as well. But I want to relate to this point that you actually brought out as well. I think earlier today in the cast, which was, if they are struggling here, I don't know what they're going to be expected of when they progress into further in the rounds.
I know, right? That's the whole point. If you're struggling over here, even though you're not being tested to the fullest limits, imagine when you get placed against some of the best teams in the country, what's going to happen to you? Will you actually perform better when the pressure's right on top of you, or will you crumble instantly?
Well, fair enough here. Of course, fighting for top 8 is going to be the goal here for all these teams coming in Group C. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping into its match for today itself. It is going to be...
The planes in the sky, once again, this time starting all the way from Stalber towards Primorx. Now this plane flat path, once again, does seem quite balanced, unless the teams do want to move all the way down south, or maybe even towards Milta. Might just be a bit of a tough stretch. And since we do have the plane flat path as well, I really do want to see, are there going to be any potential pit stop clashes?
Well, seems like we've seen that quite some time here. This is pretty much day 2 for Group C itself here, so technically, you know, they have adapted as well, and I do see a lot of adaptations in particular from teams like Altitude, teams like Eggy as well, even from 4 Wolves as well. They have shifted their overall play style compared to yesterday, where it was a very scrappy, very skirmishy team fight potential. But based on this flight path, a pretty balanced one. Every single team is going to be able to traverse to their usual ones, but I'm looking forward on towards Eggy and GLITCHxREBORN. Are they going to have those drop clashes like yesterday? Because just now we didn't see it too as well. They mostly drop clash onto Prison and Libovka yesterday in particular, but seems like they've gotten into somewhat of an agreement here. Eggy is going to be heading towards Libovka, Glitch is going to be going towards Prison perhaps, so nothing super major, I would say.
Yeah, things looking pretty calm, pretty standard. It seems like it's going to be another classy Wrangle game. Yeah, back towards the conversation, though, that we're having about Gods for Reason. And to be honest, this is one of those teams that has really surprised me. We have had a look at this team in 2025 as well. And in 2025, Gods for Reason's run wasn't that solid. But now in 2026, somehow in the grind, they're dominating in quite a great fashion. Being able to step yourself in the top 3 in the overall standing, especially when you've got Goliaths like Revenant Xspark, Vasista Esports, Team Versatile. And they're still doing a phenomenal job given the tough competition to them.
Yeah, and speaking of Gods for a Reason as well, Beast OG was also doing okay-ish during their run last year. But aside from that, the entire roster wasn't really that solid. I kind of agree with I kind of am on the same page for you as well. But in yesterday's performance and even today as well, Hitman from Gods for a Reason is one of the reasons why they have been fragging out pretty heavily as well. So we have to pay attention towards that. But so far today, not really too much action coming from them. They have been very consistent, but they just could not close out games here. But again, placement points is something that they have been going for, and it's been working out for them. So hopefully, you know, they will be able to retain at least the top 8 by the end of the entire 4 days that they are going to be playing in particular, which is 24 matches in total. But speaking of which here, seems like Mellow Esports, they are going to be heading into a very, very far-off drop spots, which personally I'm not a big fan of for quite some time. They've been dropping onto this region here, playing on the outskirts of skirmish. Rotating is great, but loot's not necessarily my favorite though.
Looking at the scoreboard, you clearly know it's not working out.
Yeah.
So for Metal Esports, things need to be switched. If they do have a sub, maybe try and get him in. Maybe he can give you better results. At this point in time, you got to try every single permutation and combination that you can. Rider Esports, 0 finishes so far, and the man's pretty much stuck in a real awkward spot. Luckily enough, his position's not compromised yet. There are a few foes around him, but slowly and steadily, even those few foes are now starting to back off. Revenant Xspark is one of those, and For Rider Esports, I'm pretty sure they're not well equipped for this fight. While Revenant Xspark, look at Trace. The man's already got his hands on the M416 and the DBS. He's ready to pump someone down.
I'm surprised by Revenant Xspark's early rotation. I thought they would be stocking up in farm. Seems like they've just gotten like a one-house dude, instantly went on the go to look for positions here. Not exactly sure what's the game plans, but this is the first switch-up we've seen Revenant Xspark in both days here in Erangel.
Yeah, I don't really think Revenant Xspark is playing their natural game. Since they know they've got a lot of points, I feel like Revenant Xspark now just want to get their hands warmed up, get all those jitters away before they actually move on towards the main event, and they're focusing on fights now. Currently, Rider Esports is in their sights, and maybe that's who they want to terminate.
Well, seems like Baba Yaga was spawned out as well. Lucky 2 noob as well. As Trace, they do have a little bit of an off angle to work with, but the only downside is that it's only a red dot up on Trace God. Yes, it's going to be cool, but to hit those shots, but I think he's going to try. Oh, okay, we just missed the timing here, but it seems like Jux, they are going to be the first team to rotate down towards Military Island, with the circle actually split in half. Half main island, half in towards the Military Island.
But hey, something that you guys can look pretty cool with. It's the new Porsche skin. Of course, it is the 911 Carrera GTS, and I'd recommend you guys to go on inside of the game and check it out as well. That skin looks incredibly well, because we all know getting a Porsche IRL is much more tougher than in the game, so might as well just have the odds with you.
Fair enough, but at the same time here, Rider Esports Skeleton, he was caught out away from the rest of the teams for quite some time now, and GLITCHxREBORN actually circling back around him. And that puts him in a spot where he can't really run out in orbit as well. He needs some sort of backup from his teammates. And so far, it hasn't been going well for him. He is very, very underlooted as of yet. And GLITCHxREBORN continuing on their hit and run. But here's a little bit of an interesting counter for you guys here. It has been 2,576 smoked use in just 4 days.
Wow.
In total. That's a lot of smoke, right?
That's crazy if you think about it. If that's the stat for just the 4 days, that's insane. Seems like a lot of these teams do rely heavily on the smokes, and even grenades used. Look at that. 1,704. That's a lot of nades right there.
Well, it just shows you the trend, right? On, you know, how priority in terms of utilities has been used as well. I'm curious if there's going to be a Molotov counter. Maybe not.
Yeah, it's probably going to be extremely less, but that would be interesting. Even a flashbang counter can be really nice.
Well, a stun grenade, we haven't really seen too much here, at least for the past 4 days. Like, even for last year, it's like a couple, 1 or 2 maybe, just because, you know, there was not really a lot of utilities on the ground. You just kind of, you know what, better have something than nothing, you know? Kind of scenarios that you will actually pick up the stun grenade.
But I can't imagine stun grenades can be extremely good, especially against this shotgun meta when you know players are just holding a corner. It's right behind the wall.
I actually like that you actually phrase it that way, right? It's a stun grenade, but acts like a flashbang.
I know, right?
Like, if the stun grenade actually, you know, slows down your movement, etc., kind of,
yeah,
that'll be like, okay, that's an actual stun grenade, you know?
Yeah. Screen just goes completely white. You can't see anything for at least a span of 1.5 seconds. Next zone's going to be popping up soon. The Blues on the move as well. Metal Esports still all the way in the outskirts. I'm not really a big fan of this late game rotation that they're going with. VXT as well around that bridge. You've also got FS Esports camping that bridge. FS is just waiting for the zone to pop up. FS still is a little bit skeptical of the fact that maybe the zone can move down south. And the moment that happens, FS is going to make the run.
Now, speaking of pushes here, Circle is still undecided here. A 50-50 coin flip between main island and also the military island itself here. So it makes a lot of sense why Revenant Xspark decided that they wanted to go rather early instead of stocking up in farm first. So, but for Jux, they've actually hard committed down southeast here, as they are expecting this to be a military island traverse. And fortunately for them, they did find a car, so good job for Jux, but is this worth it, though, is going to be the question.
All the way on the 13th spot in the overall standings, I see. Jux has got a heavy climbing to do.
Well, it's not that far off. It's only like, what, 1 good game and they're in the top 8, so they're still in the race, even all the way down towards Metal Esports. I think Metal Esports is a little bit tougher. They need 2 big games. But for Jux, just 1 decent game and they should be in the running still, at least for top 8. But it seems like the circle is going to be pushing up north. This is a very, very iconic circle, at least for last year for BMPS itself. We've seen so many of these circles.
And I remember, it was FS Esports that took the hovercraft, went up to the edges, and they were the one to snatch away that game, if
It
you
was
remember.
right at the cliff, right?
Yep, right at the cliff.
That's the famous spot. That's the one I'm talking about as well. I'm glad we're on the same page.
If the zone does shift over there, though, then it's going to be an absolute cinema. It's not even a question.
And it was weird because it all happened the same day, back-to-back 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And FS just dominated all 3.
I know, right?
It was them and OG.
Just kept on farming on the same spot. But now you've also got VXT around that fray, and VXT might just be the table turner. They can definitely bring something new to the mix. Oishani is right there on the left as well. Metal Esports, they can be flanked. Getting backstab is never a good feeling. Tamilan Esports around that bottom left. And Revenant Xspark slowly and steadily, even they're closing in towards the edges. Revenant Xspark knows they're playing for a long game here.
Well, this is going to be a different approach here because people are scattering really quickly here, but the teams that are inside the main island rather early, they've already found a decent spot here. But I'm more concerned on Jux because they committed into his military base hoping that it comes down there. It was a hit or miss, but now they've got the biggest problems here. How do they cross safely? But it seems like Metal Esports here, coming from the west side, they are going to be having a little bit of skirmish here with Tamilan Esports. As the gas station is in contention, but seems like Tamilan says, you know what, not worth it. We are going to back out instead.
And Tamilan Esports, oh, for a moment I thought they're going inside of the bridge.
Yeah, why would they rotate that way? Huh.
I know, right? It's interesting. Maybe they want to flank Metal Esports and backstab them instead of getting backstabbed themselves. Can be one of the strategies, but still, when you know the blue's on the move and it's on your back, there's going to be that added pressure. I'm not sure what the game plan is for Tamilan Esports. But even the good spot inside of the circles, they're already taken away.
I think it's really interesting to compare how Group C and Group D approaches Erangel in particular. Is that Group C, we do see a lot more ambush checkpoints, which against this is one of the spots where Vasista Esports is doing as well. It's a very, very strong ambush checkpoints, where if any of these teams were caught rotating in awkward positions, Vasista Esports is going to get the jump on them. And this is something that Meta Ninja, the old Meta Ninja, used to love to do that a lot. And I think even yesterday as well, Aura Esports just now in the previous games, at least the first Erangel, they were doing that as well, which resulted in all these teams have some sort of a mental pressure or mental idea that there is going to be somebody hoping to shove them away, which results in them colliding with different teams. And it's happened, especially here for Day 2 itself.
Metal Esports. Oh, while all that conversation was going on, one man gets caught out in the open. Akash.
Well, that's ambush number 1.
Yeah.
I would say a very successful one here for Oishani, I'd say.
To be honest, I'm not sure what that man from Metal Esports was doing, though. Why is he roaming like he was in a park? You are supposed to expect foes around you. Metal Esports extremely lost, do not really have the surrounding awareness that well. Another man falls down. Metal Esports, it's like a domino effect. The first one falls, the rest as well, they follow up.
Speaking of follow-ups here, learn from past. They're pretty much stuck all the way down in waters here. One man knocked as well. FS Esports, this is their home ground. This is something that they are so accustomed to. But the question here is, will they be able to clutch it is going to be the question. But pay attention to minimap as well. Even Revenant Xspark is going to be taking the east side as well. That they are guessing the exact same spots of what OG did last year at least. Against the FS Esports, they somehow made it to the top 2 when Circle actually collides all the way to the cliffs.
The crazy part is the circle is actually shifting right there.
It's near identical, I would say.
Yeah. And FS Esports is once again in that good spot. So yeah, for FS Esports, definitely does seem like it's a date with destiny, but even Revenant Xspark, they're quite the opportunistic ones. They knew, they already expected the circle to move down south. FS Esports, they've got a solid compound to play with. It's a good split that they've got. 2 players in the compound, 2 players on the bridge.
Yeah, that's such a risky approach here, but I guess FS Esports, they have had this idea since at the start of Erangel as well. They wanted map control. But the problem is, does any other teams realize that that is FS? Because their game plan did not work out, at least in the first Erangel here. They were crashed in by Revenant Xspark, they were crashed in by GLITCHxREBORN, and even now, if any single team decides to crash on the FS Esports, it's nearly impossible to defend.
I guess. And I'm pretty sure FS Esports is trying to create that illusion of having a full squad in that house.
Yeah.
And if they are successfully able to do so, then yes, this split strategy will work out. But yeah, Might just be 5-head play if it does work out. Jux Esports, some of the late bloomers in the lobby, rotating extremely late towards the circle. Learned from past, once again getting hammered down, but even FS Esports, Superman's down.
Yeah, that's not exactly a great time here to be losing bodies, but seems like 30 even goes down as well. Seems like the FS Esports is trading 1-for-1 with Learn from Past, while every single team outside is still skedaddling here to try and look for a potential third party to try and crash in. And then the hurt is slowly getting crowded here, and even Versatile, they're very hesitant here to push in blindly as Aura is circling around them, but we do see shots getting shot afar, but it seems like shots has been fired here. Saeed finds the first knock, and that's going to be Nate got down, but Aura, Jackson is going to go in for the chase, and it seems like we are going to be having a little bit of Fast and Furious action now as they're trading 1-for-1. Saeed finds another one. It seems like just like that, VXT, they get completely shut down, and only Nobi remains, and even there, he's prone up. He just got his shot, and no, Saeed continues on with the spray. Nobi, he's about to go down, and he actually goes down.
There's no way. What just happened? Aura Esports, they're definitely having that plus aura. Yeah, just one man is knocked out, which is Jackson, and I'm pretty sure soon the revival's going to be there too. And that's what they're focusing on as well. Aura, they've done a fantastic job in clearing this nearby territory, but still that might just not be enough. Jux, they missed some big time. There was one man around the corner, and even he gets shut down. VXT taken out of the game. Jux, they still survive just to see another day, but the spot they've got, oh, that's way too risky.
Oh my goodness. Like, Shreyan from VXT had no more options, right? Like, having Saeed completely dismantling 3 of the members out of nowhere on a drive-by, had no choice but to crash in. Got the first knock, just could not get the second one. So I would say VXT just very, very unlucky. But nicely done here coming from Aura. They get the full reset too.
I know, right? For VXT, since they know they're already inside of the top 8, this run is not going to hurt them too much.
Like, I did not know hip firing off the window like that could just find 3 players just like that. So Saeed, I don't know, like, did you ADS or not? But that was just some insane shots.
As the time keeps them passing by, even the mechanics evolve. The players get used to the spread and the weapons. And that's what's been happening. Over the time, we're seeing players bring out new shenanigans, and these shenanigans are even catching us off guard. So imagine what's actually happening inside of the lobby. And Saeed for now. Utility, that was extremely close. Ocean. That man backs away, repositions himself. Backing away from that tree. Scream does not exactly know the proper position of the players of Aura, but he's still tossing the utilities in that generic direction. And even Jux is popping off in the elimination feed. Look at them eliminating altitude.
Every single team trying to push in is scrambling for space, and they are getting eliminated as well. Altitude, like you said, one of the second victims in this very, very awkward skirmish where every single team is looking for some sort of cover. And even Aura now, they're forced to smoke up, knowing that Oishani pretty much has got them locked in. And while this is happening, Vasista Esports is also keeping tabs on them. There's just so much happening as well. Sami is going to be very happy. Guess what? I've got a house to work with. But unfortunately, it's not exactly inside the zone yet.
Aura walking into a nade parade and still somehow alive. Circling around with the vehicles, and they do want to toss out a few return nades. Those nades are not enough to get any sort of knocks, but maybe enough to at least blow that vehicle away. Ocean, players out in the open. Now they're starting to face the brunt. 2 men knocked out. That's a big knock right there. Even Vasista Esports from the back lines tossing out the utilities. Aura, they close up. They steal the elimination points away. Ocean down to a 3-man squad from which the 1 man is knocked out still. And they just want to get the revival on that fallen comrade. Aura, they just want to constantly press on top of the charges, rub that salt on top of the wounds. Ocean down to just a 2-man squad, and those 2 players, they're getting absolutely ruled. But even Aura, they're in a big problem as the entirety of Aura has been eliminated by the third party of VE.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about as well, but at the same time, Oishani having Ghostface left remaining. Vasista Esports knows he's there, gets spotted out. Ghostface, can he make a break? He's prone down, and instantly the jump shots from Sao Mei will take him out. No shots for Ghostface. Vasista Esports gets the supply, gets the spot, and even gets the points here. But Superman gets spotted out. What a shot from Beast. Support fire from Saw Mei was there. But that may be the opener that Vasista Esports needs to push through. Seems like they aren't gonna go for a quick supply, but decides that maybe not. They have to push through as well because Circle is gonna force them into the directions of FS Esports. It's now or never. It seems like they are looking for a crash here. Seems like
Wow.
Beast is able to creep up and they are gonna go for slam. Salme providing cover fires, but shots are being shot from the shorelines as well. Vasista Esports has to push in.
That's insane if you think about it. Vasista Esports, they made the run, and somehow they're still alive. All the 4 players, they seem attacked. Utilities being exchanged for both the sides, and no one's able to find that opener. No one's able to find any sort of success, but look at this third party now. Tamilan Esports, they want to be the opportunistic bunch. Even they want to get their hands on this compound. In a big pinch, the opponents are FS Esports getting dismantled. 2 players down, Tamilan Esports. Even for them, the trades are now starting to happen. Even for Tamilan Esports, 2 men are knocked out. Vasista Esports, they take the opportunity and they pounce on top of the players of FS Esports. In a big pinch they were, and FS Esports have been eliminated.
Now here comes the 4th one as well, but Beast caps one as well outside. GLITCHxREBORN, Gods for a Reason, tried to come in, but seems like Tamilan Esports is also going to be having a slam here as well. Vasista Esports, they may have started the instigation, faked out the info, and every single team comes in, and because of that, now they're taking each other out. Tamilan Esports, fantastic defense here, took out FS on their end, and now, Gods for a Reason, only Beast AOG remains, and even then, on the top side, they're doing a fantastic job in this scenario. Saw me now. They've lost Cheyenne. They want to try and third-party this, but Tamilan Esports, they cleaned them out again, and that's going to be Gods for a Reason out of this game again.
Nades being exchanged. Vasista Esports still around the block. And that nade, oh my god. Beast just walked into it. The nade wasn't even supposed to harm Beast. It was just supposed to be a suppressive nade, but Beast walked into that nade. And now Vasista Esports down to just this one last guy. The one final glimmer of hope. Salme is cooking up an nade, and this one needs to find some success. If it's not able to, well, getting the revival is going to be maybe next to impossible. But I really feel bad for FS Esports. The way they were caught in a pinch, they just could not do a lot. And somehow Salme is able to squeeze in a revival.
Yeah, very, very lucky as well. But at the same time, it's understandable why Tamilan Esports did not want to push. They don't know exactly how many people are alive. And there's so many other teams looking from the outside. So it makes a lot of sense why they're playing a little bit safer here. Oxin trying to rob around here to try and look for an off angle. Does not realize that this is happening. But let's take a look at top side here. Jux finally gets crashes in. And that's going to be GLITCHxREBORN coming in as well. Nico goes for a spray down. And a 1v2 situation for GLITCHxREBORN. But here comes the Molotov to try and burn him out. And Superb gives him the information to work with. And just like that, they get completely shredded. GLITCHxREBORN fails the assault. But Jux, they survive. And Nico finds himself 2 finishes.
This is the 2nd team they've eliminated from this compound, by the way. From this little wooden shack, Jux eliminated Altitude, and now they've also eliminated this team.
Well, even before
stuff.
That, it was the last player from VXT as well.
Yeah.
It's just a lot to take in here, but beautiful, beautiful stuff here, at least for Amazing here. 5 finishes in the bag. And just like that, 7 teams remaining in this unorthodox circle, forcing everybody out in the open is just such an awkward position to be in. And Eggy, guess what? They've been chilling in the workshops for the longest of time.
We talked about getting that one big game for Jux, and it seems like this might just be it. That one big game to propel yourself in the top 8, but still sustaining that spot will be incredibly tough. Revenant Xspark, they control the open fields. It's a big split they're playing with. Pain and Trace on the edges, and Punk pretty much just roaming in the open fields. Punk, I'm pretty sure, it's just waiting for the fight to happen between Vasista Esports and Tamilan Esports. The moment that happens, maybe Punk will third party. Rider Esports is Fleckjar, the only person standing at Tamilan Esports, running thin on patience. Pushing up close and personal, the utility's not finding success. It needs to find the right mark. Maybe this one might just be it. Nate tossed on the opposite side. There's a man right behind the buggy, and Aiden's got no clue. Now finally hears those footsteps and also spots that player. He knows exactly where Salme is positioned. Nate was tossed around that closet room, but it's still not doing anything. Utilities being cooked even from the side of Vasista Esports, but Same, he gets caught big time. But Same's nade was able to find that return knock, and that might just be more than enough for Beast to find that opener. But still, it's 1-on-3. Too many men standing in the front, getting the confirmation. That's going to be one freebie added right there.
Yeah, Tamilan Esports still does not realize he's all by himself here for Bees, but realizing that there's only be one guy, two guys shooting for the longest time. They should connect, but the nades will catch him from Hesperos. Tamilan Esports, a massive run-in. They've only lost one player, despite getting hammered with so many teams. 10 finishes in the bag. They've got control of the compound now. It's all in the bag. Meanwhile, on the outskirts here, Eggy chilling for the longest time. Revenant Xspark playing the shorelines here. They've got the initial knock, but do they want to commit? Because now Tamilan Esports is going to be looking outside now. Revenant Xspark, they may have missed their timing window while Troy was still distracted.
The next zone shift, it's quintessential. There's an airdrop right in the center. And yes, it will center on up right on top of that airdrop. And to be honest, Jux Esports, how can they rotate in? Exposed lands in the front, and right on the opposite side, it's a big wasteland. Eggy lays there. Rider Esports' flex shot is right there too, and Revenant Xspark from the top. They've got the overview.
This has to be the perfect game for Tamilan Esports here. Like, they still have some sort of control of the zone here. It's very small inch. But if they are able to take out a few more competition, they should be able to have safely push out. They have a lot of vehicles. They have a lot of bodies as well. There's a lot of smokes that needs for the end game. But he has to be very precise with 3 players. Meanwhile, Revenant Xspark, they themselves are also struggling to take space. Punk is in the zone, but for Jux, even they themselves are stuck in a rock and hard place. Has to leave all these loots behind there. Unless, well, they move those crates in front, which, again, you are going to be prone to limited movements.
What is Eggy going to do? Are they going to break through the shackles? And maybe the answer is no. Flex shot still there, constantly putting on the leash. First man knocked. Utilities tossed out to get the confirmation, and it will be easy to do so. But that Molotov still not on the mark, and look at Ralph. Now the man struggling, tossing out the smoke grenades to make that pathway so he can close up and get that revival. But flex shot, the moment he found that knock, he's instantly backing away. There's Jux Esports on the opposite end, and look at Eggy. He's got the perfect angle, and that's going to be the elimination of Rider Esports.
Perfect timing as well to catch him slacking as well. Nicely done from Eggy. They are able to push out, but Tamilan Esports, they've realized where Jux is. They will take the rooftops to try and pick over them. They've got so much to work with. Oxen and Lens is going to be holding down the fort, while Hesperos is going to push forward to try and take space as well. Every single team is going to push out in the open, and Tamilan Esports will be able to get vision on this unless everybody else works together to shut down Tamilan Esports, which should be the most ideal scenario for everybody else to survive as of yet. But the question here is, who's going to take the first shot? Is anybody going to take the first shot?
Speaking of the first shot, there are definitely a lot of shots taken around the field. I guess it's just about finding that first glimmer. And there we go, the glimmer's already found. Jux, not really in a good spot anymore. Oxen from the top, the man's raining down death and hellfire. Amazing still there behind the car, but not for too long, as a well-placed nade from Eggy. That's going to be the nail in the coffin. Final 3 teams standing, Eggy, Revenant Xspark, and Tamilan Esports. For Tamilan Esports, this might just be Cinderella's story. They were already at the bottom of the board, but slow and steady comeback, it's noticed.
But at the same time, Revenant Xspark, they're looking for the 3-peat here. Can they get the back-to-back-to-back chicken dinners? Is going to be the question here. Shots fired from Oxen to try and suppress them. Smokes has been set up as well. They need to push out. Iggy is already in position. And they're inside the zone. It seems like the Grand Slam comes through. That's going to be Payne, the first one to get knocked here. As Iggy goes in for the spray down. Ralph also goes down. They trade 1-for-1 from each side. And while this is happening here, Tamilan Esports, they've heard all this action. This might be the time for them to push out and capitalize on this.
Oh, that
nade from Trey Scott.
That's going to find a perfect 2-piece. Even Troy's down. Eggy in a big world of trouble. Revenant Xspark, how are they so good? doing it over and over again, but now they need to do it against the players of Tamilan Esports. And it seems like they've got a superior position. The compound to play with, the only compound inside of the circle, but even that's on the edges.
They need to reset this here, but Tamilan Esports, they found Puck through the smoke. Lens finds him. That might be the opener. It is going to be a 3v2, but they're not exactly healthy yet. They just picked up one guy. And now the push comes in, 2v3, Tamilan Esports. Len's going to be leading charge with the buggy. When the sprays from Trace God, it looks good. Can he find the connection? He does! Makes it a 2 versus 2. Gets the point in. Revenant Xspark. They are looking for the 3-hit. 3 back-to-back chicken dinners. On the mark, they find the confirmation, and we are back at it again. A 2v2. An impossible chicken dinner has been done before. The first chicken dinner for today, it was done by Pain and Trace God, and this time it might happen again.
That was such an impressive knock. Oh my god, Trace. The guy in the front, he was just driving around to get the info. He did not even think of getting knocked out. But Trace God's tracing power. Insane stuff. Beautiful. Trace got spotted though, the back's exposed, and this is going to be a knock. Tamilan Esports, it seems like they were destined to win. Trace Scott's down, the main man is not there anymore. Final man standing for Revenant Xspark is there inside the smoke, and the connection comes through. Hesperos is going to be the man to put the final nail in the coffin. And what a way to close things off for Tamilan Esports.
What a denial for Revenant Xspark. A good attempt, but Tamilan Esports will finally claim their chicken dinner to push themselves in towards the top 8 here, denying Revenant Xspark the triple threat. In this case, all 3 games of Erangel in chicken dinner denied. I'm sorry, Revenant Xspark. It was close, but Pain and Trace God, this duo combo is just a force to be reckoned with.
Especially Trace God. What was that trace on the vehicle? It's so tough, right? Especially imagine you were Lens and you were just driving around. You were just there to get the information. And who's going to think someone's going to be able to track you that perfectly? But hey, now Lens knows it's not something you're supposed to do, especially when you're against Trace God.
Exactly, but let's take a look at the final blow as well here. This was one of the biggest question mark in my opinion here, where I felt like all 3 teams should have worked together to shut down Tamilan Esports because they had the high ground. But Revenant Xspark made the safer bet, which was like, you know what, I'm okay with number 2, right? Just wipe the team right beside us and let Tamilan take the win. There's no point risking it. But again, after wiping off Eggy, you can see Trace God and also Pain had their moments as well. They made it a 2v2. But Oxen actually found an off angle, which turned the times and completely shut down Revenant Xspark. So that was pretty much the turning point here from Oxen. So nicely done from Oxen.
I know, right? And even Trace God just absolutely smoking that one player. Speaking of Jux, unfortunately for them, the position that they had was compromised in the end. The circle was constantly moving down south as well, so Jux had to move out in the open. They could not really do a lot. And yeah, for a moment we did see VXT as well. They were in quite a bit of a pickle. They were not able to survive for too long. In the end, there was just one man standing. He sent it against the players of Jux. He was able to find one knock, but the continuation wasn't there.
Yeah, it was just a very, very awkward situation, right, for them to do here. But great stuff here from Revenant Xspark here. I would say a complete flip of a playstyle compared to yesterday as well, because the Erangel and Miramar wasn't that great. Rondo propelled them a very, very strong safety cushion. But with these 2 chicken dinners in Erangel, it seems like Revenant Xspark might be able to bounce back once more.
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, especially with how they played, I don't think Revenant Xspark needs to bounce back. But well, hey, the way the other... Yeah, I guess. They're still going to be on the top. But at this point in time, we got to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere because the action will be there on the other side.
Welcome back to BGIS 2026, the grind phase here, and you guys are watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12, and of course, we have iSuper Johnny, which is a little bit mixed up here for the casters' desk, or in this case, the casters' lounge. I really like it here. And of course, now things are going to be a little bit different, of course, as well. Revenant Xspark, they tried to go for the triple threat of chicken dinner. Unfortunately, it was denied. Tamilan Esports was able to secure the winner chicken dinner in the final airing game for today. And this mix-up now is going to be, we are going to be playing the remaining 2 matches in Miramar now.
Yeah.
Johnny, what's going to be expected here?
I think I would expect Revenant Xspark to do well in one Miramar at least, maybe a chicken dinner, because I mean, they've secured Rondo, they've secured Erangel, but they need to secure that Miramar as well. And one thing you guys need to secure for yourself, it is going to be that amazing Peaky Blinders set, ladies and gentlemen. That lucky spin is out, it is available. So do make sure, go ahead, try, see if you can get that Arthur Shelby set for yourself.
Yeah. I thought you were going to be a Thomas Shelby.
Everyone wants to be the main character.
I know, right?
Yeah.
But I like the Arthur Shelby because of the beard, because I know I can't...
Beard?
Yeah, he's
You don't
amazing.
have one.
Exactly. I can't have one. That's why I want one in game. It's just like how the Porsche is, right?
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah.
I can't afford a real life Porsche. I want.
Hey, that's what video games are for, right? If you can't get it in real life, it's much easier to get it inside of the game.
Much easier, actually.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, let's talk about the MVP for the previous match as well. It has to be amazing from Jux Esports, because Jux, with a 2-man hold on the north side of the shack, single-handedly dismantling not 1 but 3 teams in particular, allowing amazing with 5 finishes here, and the top here is just amazing run for him. However, joining him is going to be Hesperus from Tamilan Esports as well with 5 finishes. We have Oxen as well, finding the opener to close things out against Revenant Xspark, and of course we have Saeed with Aura as well, with, I would say, arguably one of the sickest run and gun.
Yeah.
Driving in a vehicle, hip firing, taking down 3 players from VXC.
Yeah, and I think Syed from the side of Aura Gaming has kind of done a lot of heavy lifting for the team today. First in the Rondo, and now in this map of Erangel as well. 6 eliminations for the side. But Tamilan Esports, these 23 points that they've gotten themselves help them out a lot. This gets them, I believe, close to the top 8, if not inside the top 8 already. And of course, Revenant Xspark, I believe, inside of the top 4 are the only consistent team today. They managed to gain a big edge against the rest of the competition. 118 points for Revenant Xspark. Gods for Reason sitting second with 81 points. We have Vasista Esports 78, Versatile 77. Learn from past today are incredible, 74 points to them. FS Esports have also caught up in the earlier matches with that chicken dinner on Rondo in particular. 73 points for them. You have Tamilan with 69 and Eggy Gaming with 63. Eggy have taken a drop today.
Yeah, Eggy has retained top 8 for quite some time now.
Yeah.
They're just very borderline, but what's very consistent about Eggy is that their finish points is still stacking up, which is great. Gives them some sort of a safety cushion to kind of counteract their position points, but again, they need to start getting a balance of both. They need to have both. And even just now as well, they played a little bit more position, but they just could not close out games. It's just very unfortunate as well. They made it to top 3, great, some position points, but I would say that's a big improvement still.
It is a big improvement, but again, I mean, it took them 10 matches to get 11 placement points, while they're sitting at 52 eliminations to their name. They have more eliminations than God for Reason, and God for Reason have just 30 placement points. So if Eggy Gaming can work on their consistency in terms of survival, I think this team is going to be very strong and very difficult to beat in those endgame positions, because they have players that are very strong in terms of their mechanics and firepower.
Yeah, but at the same time, so we do see the fluctuation of points at the top, right? It's starting to kind of dwindle down below as well, where obviously Revenant Xspark is starting to have that vacuum coming in. But when it comes to Gods for Reason, it feels like their consistency from yesterday is starting to wither off, because today's performance coming from them hasn't been looking great overall.
I agree with you on that. I mean, it all started from that slow performance on Rondo. Then on the Wrangle, there was a slight improvement, but again, we are not seeing those big numbers being dropped from Gods for Reason today. The aggression has gone down. They're playing a little bit more passive, playing for survival. But who knows? Maybe on the Miramars is when they start pulling the trigger, start getting those finishes, and we finally see them sort of close the difference between them and Revenant Xspark.
Agreed. But of course, when it comes to Revenant Xspark as well here, I actually, someday in the future, I would like to hear the comms coming in towards how this team is playing as well here, because a lot of instances, is this Punk IG lane the team that is making the Reason doing well, or is it just having a fresh face known as Pain that gives light towards the approach of how they should be playing the game?
It's a combination of both. When an IGL knows that he has players of the caliber that even if he asks them to move inside of a 1v2 compound control position where you're slamming in, and your player will find that first opening. When you have that guarantee, your calls are going to get more aggressive because you have that confidence in your team. And we can see the difference in the way Punk himself as an individual has been playing as well. So the impact goes both ways.
I agree. But for all things considered here, we are going to be seeing a little bit of switch as well. Revenant Xspark, they might have a little bit of drop clash here right for Getaway Miramar. Is it going to happen? We have to find out because we are jumping into Miramar. Well, Miramar match is on the way here for Group C. Day 4 itself here for the entire BGIS. This is their second day for Group C in particular, but day 4 for you guys who have been watching on screen so far. And it seems like the flight path is going to be coming in from the north side of La Cabrera and then ending towards the southeast corner. And of course, if you guys have been following yesterday's trend as well, here's a little bit of a teaser slash tidbits on what is to be expected here. Now, my biggest question here is, are we going to see the right off the bat drop clash rivalry between Revenant Xspark and also Vasista Esports in Picado? Because Vasista has lost both their fights against Revenant Xspark.
I would want to see that happen.
Come
you
on,
know?
round three.
It's the grind. You have nothing to lose. Might as well just get some practice in against the opponent, especially if you're expecting to face them on in the later rounds of the tournament. We do see the players from Revenant Xspark drop, and I believe and I hope that Vasista Esports is there alongside with them.
Wait, where's Vasista?
Hey, we didn't see them yesterday.
No way! Don't tell me they didn't drop. No way!
Where are they going then?
Did they actually leave?
I hope not.
Wait, I can't really see Vasista Esports at all.
Even Revenant Xspark is doing something else. But hey, Metal Esports are taking that drop in Picado.
Nah, I think Metal Esports is going to back off though. Wait a minute. Where did Vasista go? I can't see him. Like, am I colorblind or something? Okay, there's a 3-way clash this time. It's not a 2-way clash. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. It's not going to be a drop clash for 2 teams now. It's going to be a 3-way showdown.
Yeah, it's better than a 2-way showdown. A triple threat action waits in Picado. And of course, this time, all 3 of these teams have found some space to work with, a little bit of distance between the 3 sides. Metal Esports, though, still looking for that loot. Revenant Xspark present towards the compounds on the northern side, and Vasista Esports dropping in the big reds. Akash spots out Trace, mistimes the spray, and now his position is given away.
This is such an awkward fight to be in here, at least for all these 3 teams here. For a second, I thought it was going to be a 1v1, but now Revenant Xspark, they are going to be scrambling for space as well because they're sharing loots with Metal Esports while Vasista Esports has gotten full control of Northern Picado. Now, Revenant Xspark, they are going to try and play the gunpower here, or gunplay, grouping up as 3 to try and push up, but Vasista Esports is still safely looting from afar while keeping tabs on what's to be expected. It seems like Metal Esports, I would say unexpected third party out of nowhere, as Metal Esports is sitting at the bottom as well. Seems like they are already here to play spoilers.
Pretty much, I guess, but Metal Esports, they have to be cautious about this, as the nades are being cooked by the players of Revenant Xspark, and they are getting very eager to make that bounce. On the finish feed, a different fight has already broken out. It's Eggy Gaming against 4 Wolves. And slowly and steadily, Revenant Xspark as well, just looking to kick things off against the players of Metal Esports. This has given a lot of breathing room to the players of Vasista Esports, but that smoke, it sort of dissuades the pressure coming in from the players of Metal, and one after the other, 2 players knocked out and finished off at the hands of Revenant Xspark. The other 2 not really in a position to provide any sort of backup, but, well, they run into the open arm of Vasista Esports inside of this casino. 1 player down, last player left alive, and I don't think Lycan can do a lot over here.
Yeah, he just saw his teammates get completely dismantled from Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports. Would I say this as a David versus Goliath scenario? Absolutely not, because they just got completely destroyed by 2 major titans who has rivalry against each other. Revenant Xspark may have won 2-0 against Vasista Esports, but seems like they will be the ones to tuck tail and make a bail out of the city, knowing that they are at a disadvantage in terms of overall resources here compared to where Vasista started things off because of the engagement with Revenant Esports. Oh, you hate to see moments like this and like it. Okay, he just got Molotov to Dev Hector. Okay, what was you thinking? Okay. I am at a loss of words for that. Like,
Hey,
Revenant
man.
Esports
It's
eliminated.
the start of the year. It's quite cold, so he was just like warming up inside of that molly, and well, it just got too warm.
Well, he
And-
cooked himself, I would say.
Yeah, Hector cooked him. But
Well, he
anyways,
got cooked.
finishes for Metal Esports are split between the two teams equally. Vasista got 2, Revenant Xspark got 2. And now both the teams move in a different direction. Revenant Xspark moving west. Vasista Esports exiting the city of Picado from the eastern side. But an awkward little interaction mid-rotation between Troy Tamilan and FS Esports. But both the teams deciding not to fight it out over here. Oh, he's finally spotted out, and Lance could be in trouble. Shots fired, but still survives.
Oh, no connection so far. Looks like he's going to get a little bit lucky here. It would be nice to get a connection, but unfortunately will bleed out his bullets for no reason. Troy Tamilan Esports, they're pretty hurt. UAZ is pretty much damaged as well. Has to find a new vehicle and restock himself. But no bandages on Lance, so can't really go, you know, driving around and healing as well at the same time. But he does have first aid kit, so it's not that shabby yet. Troy Tamilan Esports, they've got a winner-winner chicken dinner, carrying forward in towards the momentum into this game. Hopefully it is going to be for the better here, at least for Miramar in particular, considering the fact that they're not doing so well in Miramar.
Yeah, this is not them, but on the other side of things, FS Esports, I think it's very easy to break down their playstyle. They are a center-focused team. Again, moving in very early for stage 1 circle center. A run-in against Oishani Esports. FS have all the info they need to work with. And Dizzy, he has overextended, but he still finds the opener for his team. Superman also get knocked out. FS Esports, they are taking a beating at the hand of Oishani Esports. In this one, 3 players knocked out, and the team is going to be wiped out as well, I believe. Last player found out, or maybe not, he's on the run actually.
Oh boy. He has to be a little bit careful here, but Sarvin, 1 versus 4. 1 against the world. Sarvin once more put into one of the most impossible situations. He gets the first knock. The nade clips him. He needs more. He's surrounded. He's getting wrapped around. Can he find the second? No, he cannot. Oishani wraps him up, packs him up, and ships him back into the lobby.
Yeah, incredible performance from Dizzy in this one, by the way. Just picks off 3 players instantly, one after the other, charging face first into the entirety of FS Esports. But Oishani Esports, for them, the job is not yet done. As we see the vultures in the form of Learn From Fast starting to circle these compounds. They're hoping that Oishani is going to be left bleeding, but not really. They've had enough breathing room to recover.
This is a big win here for Oishani. At least for today itself, they've started to improve in terms of the overall standings, I would say. They were pretty much almost dead last. And they're still kind of dead last, but at least now they have a fighting chance. They just need a massive game, I would say. Well, they were bottom 3 at the start of the day, but now they're still bottom 3. But still, I think they're closer to the edge now. But of course, for these guys watching at home as well, be sure to check out the Frozen Floca Blooms in Frost series right now. It is currently up for grabs, and you're looking to stay icy and cool. This is the skin to get in-game itself.
This has to be your skin, I see.
Definitely, 100%.
You need to get one and max it out.
Sure, 100%. Already did.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Courtesy of Johnny's credit card. I super Johnny's credit card, not Johnny. Jonathan.
Yeah, but you know what the funny thing about that is?
What?
I don't have a credit card. Don't need one.
Then whose one am I holding right now?
Oh, I think Salty said his hit was missing. Well, anyways, you have a maxed out skin.
Exactly.
Going back to the game, though, we have 4 Wolves all the way up north in Cruisedale Valley. That's going to be a long rotation, and I mean, the only options left for them are going to be to breach through the northern edge or move east. The western side, it is going to be an awkward movement, and I think it makes sense for them to move from the west. If they take that gamble, it pays off better, because the eastern side and the northern edges of the circle right now are cluttered up with a lot of bodies, and that means when 4 Wolves eventually show up, they're going to face a lot of gatekeepers.
Speaking of gatekeeping, learn from past. They've been trying to take space in this entire day in terms of their overall strategy. It just hasn't been working out. But before that, let's take a look at the replay here from DZ's perspective. He went in for the first push here with the UMP, got the first knock, got the second, and then traversed with the third here, all in one clip. So, was there some fancy movements? Yes, absolutely, because that was just a clean run here, coming in from Dizzy in particular.
Yeah, it was very impressive with the way he pushed forward. And I was expecting actually for FS to do well in that fight, because I mean, Oishani's record in team fights and 4v4s hasn't been that great before this one, but hopefully they are going to be feeling comfortable inside of the match now. On the other side of things, GLITCHREBORN, they did spot out team rotating from the nearby vicinity. Vasista Esports as well visible on the radar, but GLITCHREBORN, since they are second last on the overall leaderboard right now, they have to be cautious, can't really engage against anyone. You have to just play safe, play for placement.
Well, speaking of placement here, Aura Esports strategy for today has always been very awkward in terms of setting up ambushes as well, and it's worked out a lot of times. It's just causing problems for every single team, right? They love setting up checkpoint roadblocks to kind of shove people on towards different directions. But by doing so, it made things easier for other teams instead of themselves here. So they may be the main instigators on how the games has been a little bit more chaotic. But can they convert those games is going to be the question here. Syed has had his amazing moments as well for yesterday and today. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guess what? We have ourselves an urban warfare, and that is going to be all the way in Los Leones. And this is going to be the survival of the fittest. Whoever has better team play, better decision shot calling, and better execution is going to come on top. And right now, Jux, they are going to be going head-to-head here with Gods for a Reason here. Gods for a Reason dropping 2.
Gods for a Reason today hasn't really been kind to them for no reason, and now the pressure is going to get worse. As we mentioned, it's going to be an urban warfare endgame. It's never easy if you don't have bodies to work with, if you don't have players to gather that information. But for now, right, Resport, oh, that was brutal. Baba Yaga, well, alright, Esports, they like to hunt these boogeyman. Getting their first finish inside of the match. Jackson was dropped extremely low, but they're still going to be in a position to go for an easy reset. And they found a nice little building to play the endgame from. Only if the circle stays there, but Versatile make that bounce onto the players of Jux Esports. Dead player and Nade God, no HP to work with. A nade in their feet and they are going to be knocked out, but Nade God lobs out a counter nade. Does absolutely nothing. 2 players from Versatile hit the floor, make that 3. And now Dead player is going to be the last man left alive for his team. 1 versus 4 in front of him, and of course the teams in the surrounding vicinity also see this man just sitting there out into the open. They don't have the angle to work with, but I think Versatile is just done in this match. They are eliminated already. He's gonna get naded, or they just push him and finish him off.
Well, it's not over until it's truly over here, my friend. Dead player hugging the corner. He's only got a UMP. One of the worst choices here to 1v3 scenarios.
Yeah.
Needs at least the SLK. I think he has a better shot with his AR here. At least 2 headshots per person. Still very viable. UMP. It's going to be tough here, but Jux, they are getting pressured from afar. Seems like there are shots being suppressed onto them, and it's actually being shot by Rider Esports with a different off angle. Sorry, is it Aura? Yeah, it's actually Rider Esports from Northeast. Skeleton is the one that's applying towards pressure towards them. And all these vehicles exposed as well. Frankly, is just trying to pop some tires, man.
Well, Franklin is Yeah, this is unnecessary trouble being caused for the players of Jux Esports. That's a lot of distance. Rivalry Esports, I just want to say that's just like also a waste of ammunition because they are going to be pinned down in this building for a long time. So they have to realize that they can't exit these buildings in the late stages if the circle is on top of Los Leones. Well, it looks like that's where it's going to be.
You know what? For all things considered, with the circle shifting into his Los Leones,
Yeah.
and Rider Esports taking jabs onto his Jux, Dead Player is still exactly in the same corner and still alive.
Yeah, and even Altitude Esports have been deterred into a different direction because of Gods for Reason being present up the hill as well. So, hey, he's just extremely lucky today. His teammates got taken out, but Dead Player, he ain't dead yet.
He's soon to be, right? He's gotta be dead.
Hey, man, I said that 2 minutes ago. He's still standing, so yeah.
Okay, Jux has decided to restock here. They're looting all the loot boxes to move inside for safety for restocks here, which is great. But guess what? Pay attention to the minimap here. At least for Revenant Xspark, seems like they are going to crash in onto his Jux Esports as well. So Dead Player might truly be dead because now he's going to be slammed in. Punk looking to go and fight him as well. Dead Player is pinned off as well. Another slam, he's boxed in. But Dead Player may have opened things here for Jux as Revenant Xspark loses too.
And this is just not something that Revenant Xspark expected. Punk down to a pixel of HP. That nade almost picking him off, but he runs in looking for Superb, and even Punk falls. Now just one last man left alive for the side of Revenant Xspark. That is going to be Ninja, and he was not involved in this fight. As you mentioned, Dead Player, he has given a lot of opportunity for Jux to go ahead and secure those eliminations for themselves. And look at that, the players that he knocked out just bleed out to their demise. So even after leaving the game, he still gets a few extra points for his team.
Oh, so unfortunate, but at the same time as well, Jux, what a defense, but a very, very unlucky moment for Revenant Xspark because when they went in for the slam, why is Dead Player here? And unfortunate, and very fortunate for him as well, is that when they slammed the car, it created kind of like a small window, which did not finish him off, and because of that, he made things so hard. Oh, that feels bad for Revenant Xspark. I won't lie. That was such a awkward moment as well.
It was awkward indeed, but another awkward moment could be building up for Vasista Esports. They just make a mad dash for the center of the circle. Well, it's not the entire team, it's just Hector. The rest of the players from the side of Vasista still lurking towards that western edge of the play zone.
You know what? For all things considered, I think Vasista Esports is doing much better today itself. At least for Miramar. Why?
They're not dead yet.
In 2 games, they only got 1 point. And that was 1 finish point against Ninja Jod on the last game of Miramar.
Now they have 2.
Now they've got 2.
In the first Miramar itself.
So it's a good sign.
It's a good sign. It's a very good sign. I think Vasista Esports are feeling confident they can win this game as well. Well, anyways, that depends on whether Aura actually takes them out or not. Oh, ooh, that was some damage, but not enough to secure the knock. Jux Esports in the backlines are also going to be pinned, realizing that at any given moment, since Vasista Esports has gotten quite close to them, they can also choose to engage in their direction, but let's see how things work out. Since everyone has found concrete cover for themselves, I believe the next few stages of this Miramar are going to be quite slow. Let's see where the next zone is going to shift to, though. I think it's going to be a central shift.
It has
yes,
to
it
be.
is.
Yeah. It's weird how the zone shifts has kind of become a little bit predictable as well. It's hard shifts for the first 2 stages, and then stage 3 and 4. It is kind of centered here. It becomes a little bit more predictable. We don't see like hard scams after Circle 3.
Yeah, not in Miramar anymore, which is something that I don't like that much. I mean, Miramar was like quite chaotic because of how open the map is, and because of the
it becomes kind of predictable.
Size of the map as well. Yeah, it becomes predictable. So you see all of these teams already getting close to the center, and Los Leones allows them the opportunity to just stay safe. It's concrete cover. You don't have to move a lot. So Altitude, even they are going to get themselves a safe position without basically risking elimination over here. And, well, yeah, I don't think we're going to see action in stage 5.
Yeah, it's going to be just, you know, battle for control, battle of rats, battle of just pressuring everybody else.
Maybe one team is going to have to take the risk. That is going to be 4 wolves all the way towards the northeastern edge. But, wait, why are they running for those containers? They have like 2 buildings on either side. They could still move west and take control of the factory.
Well, for all things considered, I think Aura Esports, they're just chipping away at any kind of vehicles here to force teams out of awkward situations, right? This has been their strategy all day. And every single team that has run in with Aura has been put into a situations caused by Aura in awkward scenarios, which also results in both them and Aura getting taken out.
So this is the position I was talking about. We saw a few seconds ago 4 Wolves. They were outside of the zone. But as the players try to move in, Noob does manage to find a safe haven for himself. Tamilan Esports wanted to pick them up, but again, it's urban warfare, so there's a lot of cover that you can drive your vehicle between. And because of that, even 4 Wolves get inside the play zone now. Everyone is inside of the play zone. No one is in any trouble. Maybe Learn from Past will be in trouble in the next zone, but yeah, for now, stage 5, it's just going to be silent.
And it's really annoying, considering that if you play your classic games, Los Leonas is used to be one of the most popular drop spots to be in.
Yes.
Now it's one of the most hated spots to play with because it is just so... I would say the right word would be campy. And look at this, Franklin. He sees this. But he will not take the shot unless it's a guaranteed finish.
Yeah. Guaranteed finish or a guaranteed knock. Just keep Oishani at bay. And just make sure that their loot is getting compromised. But Franklin repositions, and this is a risky move now. He stepped out into the open with Learn from Past, rotating from the backlines. Rider Esports, they are down a player, so it's not going to be an easy fight for them. And Learn from Past, though, they make a slam. Rider Esports find the opener. The other 3 players making a play for the position of Eggy Gaming. This is a risky move. 3 versus 4, or 3 versus 3, actually. They're going to have to take this fight.
Have to as well. Troya has got the S12K. Has to play this a little bit safely. But again, they're trying to get center control. But doesn't need to risk it as yet as well here. They could share a compound, 1 top, 1 bottom. But seems like Learn from Past, they'll say, nope, we're not sharing. We're going to clean you guys up. And we're going to gobble up everybody outside as well. Ralph gets confirmed. Eggy, however, was shot by Oishani from outside the window. So they might have just lost bodies for no reason, and Learn from Past just might be able to push up.
The opportunity for them is going to be there, but they are choosing not to take it. That allows Eggy Gaming to go for a revive. Eggy back in the picture. But Oishani, they have closed the distance and they're lobbing those nades, although none of them go in the windows. This is ricochet off the wall. And both Learn from Past and Eggy Gaming get an easy reset for themselves, but right, stage 6 as well is going to be a slow one, I see. Everyone inside of the zone, everyone moving for the center. I think because of the position that Vasista Esports took a few minutes ago, they might stand a very strong chance of closing out this Miramar with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, but the only way is that don't peek out. Be an ostrich until the final moments, I would say.
Yep.
And speaking of which, Oishani, seems like Ghostface is just making sure that everyone inside is not going to be able to come out. And you can see here as well, Altitude and also Gods for Rain, they're going to be checking every single corner. They need those Molotovs, they need those smokes, they need those nades to clear every single angle. But unfortunately, they just don't have much. They need to find a lucky connection. Seems like it's not going to connect here. As Gods, he needs Clouds to help him. Hitman and Hexa has got a very decent crossfire to work with. But even then, he needs to find an opener. Ooh, Clouds. Looks good. No connection though. Dodges it with the door. Slow and steady. Wins the race, but Altitude seems like they are going to double back here to try and bid some sort of aggression, but it's not happening. But on top side, Eggy getting pushed in from Learn from Past, and with the help of Oishani, Eggy, they will be able to survive up top. They wipe Learn from Past.
I mean, a little bit of help from Oishani Esports as well. And Eggy Gaming, they are going to be grateful for that, but job is not over yet for Oishani Esports. As Rider Esports built up pressure, they pick off Scream. And Oishani are going to be left with 3 players. Ghostface needs to provide the perfect support to his teammates if they want to stand a chance of finishing Eggy himself.
Yep, at the same time, Eggy getting knocked here from Oishani for the longest time. He's pretty much sick of Ghostface now.
Yeah.
Ghostface is the reason that Eggy Gaming was initially knocked on top. But Ghostface also the reason why Learn from Flask got completely shut down with this push. So thank you, Ghostface. A friend of my friend is... Sorry, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. But this time, you're still my enemy, man.
I mean, a friend of a friend is also going to be a friend, I guess.
Fair enough.
But not in the case of Jux Esports, because now GLITCHREBORN, they show up, but that nade made sure that the players aren't going to be in a fighting position. And as soon as they start taking that exit, Jux Esports, in a matter of seconds, just make sure that GLITCHREBORN, they start glitching. And well, they glitch out of existence. That's a quick squad wipe coming through. A brilliant hold of this broken building at the hands of Jux Esports. 8 finishes to their name, and all 4 players still alive and kicking.
I really like these updates here, especially when you now can carry boxes and, you know, bring in safety compared to back then where like, oh my goodness, we have to smoke up out in the open and loot outside. It's such a risky maneuver. And it just wastes so much utilities as well. But speaking of which here, Circle is going to shift on towards Vasista as well as Aura. As the rest of the world are struggling to push in, Oishani, they may have helped Eggy and also Learn from past. This time, they will be the ones that has to push in. Rider Esports is going to be the ones that's gatekeeping them. And unfortunately for Rider Esports, they were caught off. Franklin was shot off by Tamilan Esports, so that might be the opener they need. Well, Eggy, well, he's still on top all by himself here. Nothing much he can do.
Oh, nice.
He gets his revenge.
Yeah, nice spray coming through from Eggy. And as you said, that's revenge for all of the trouble Ghostface has been causing for him for the last 5 minutes, I guess. 5 to 6 minutes. But yeah, he's looking for the finish as well. And almost finds it.
Come on.
Just one more shot, a low toss nade, maybe.
He's going to try to pop the angle. No, they might be able to save him. Can you confirmation? Yep.
Yeah.
He
gets
it.
it.
Okay. He's fine.
Oh, that's so lucky.
They heard him drop, but Eggy, you're by yourself, man. You've got a shot. He gets the bomb. Can he get a second? No, he gets denied. The Circle comes in and takes him out. But Ghostface gets taken out. Oishani still survives, but it does cause problem here. Karan has to abandon his friend, and he's going to get picked off by Rider Esports as the Circle engulfs them. Just like that, it concludes that fight in that apartment. That is a very, very sad moment here for Eggy, I'm saying.
I mean, not for Eggy. I would say it's a sad moment for Oishani Esports. They lose 3 players in a matter of seconds just because they weren't able to shut down Eggy a few moments ago. But I have to say, this is quite a typical endgame urban warfare of Miramar. Because you see, stage 7, you still have 8 teams left, 25 players still alive. And right now, if you are looking to exit these buildings, well, you will need a lot of smokes available to create that pathway for you to move out. Otherwise, no hope. No hope remains for anyone. Vasista Esports, though, perfect spot. I think their chances of a chicken dinner are quite high, along with Jux. But towards the eastern edge of the play zone is where majority of the conflicts are going to be, as we see Tamilan Esports and Rider Esports duke it out. Nades being lobbed towards Rider, but Tamilan, they need to be careful. They themselves are outside the play zone.
Speaking of outside the play zone, Tamilan Esports, he's lobbing. Let's has been lobbing so many nades, but just can't seem to reach Rider Esports here. Seems to have some sort of a problem for them, but it seems like Vasista Esports finds them exposed. But Rider Esports, the biggest threat right now, getting spotted out by Aura as well, and they will bleed out to the zone here for Lucky 2 Noob. And Rider Esports will be the next team to fall. 7 teams remaining, 22 left alive in this very, very awkward urban warfare, which suddenly kind of opens up a little bit of open field space here, Johnny.
Let's see though, I mean, there's a lot of open space, but that's going to be troublesome considering there's 21 players as well remaining. Aura Esports now, for them, this is target practice, one after the other. They are trying the level best to secure those knocks, but the finish conversion is going to be quite tricky. Amongst the commotion, Aura themselves are getting shot at. Sayed knocked out. Not really in a position to recover. That nade was brilliant from Oxen. One finish secured, another man knocked out. He's hoping to secure the finish for Zin as well, but the angle not really available. Now this is the point of desperation. At this point, all of these teams are just going to try and see if they can get those frag numbers up if possible. Vasista Esports, they are doing quite well on that aspect because they have almost picked apart Jux Esports, but Troy Tamilan, they're finally dealing with the players of Aura, and it's just Oxen. It's a 1v1. There's a knock on the top of the roof. Zen bleeding out. Jackson in the backlines, and Oxen does not know exactly where the players are.
Oh, continuing on as well. He pushes out through the smoke. Jackson's got him completely pinned here, but the spray is down from afar, takes him out. And it's got to be Hector that takes him out here. And now Fall Wolves will also clean up the last player from Aura.
By the way, amongst all of this chaos, you know what? Altitude Esports have managed to hold on to that man advantage. They were just patient, waiting towards the southeastern edge of the circle. They had all 4 players. Well, now they are down to 3, kind of tied up with Vasista Esports, who have one of their men knocked out. But that revive should come through. Oh, that nade doesn't connect, and I think now Altitude are in trouble.
Vasista Esports, one of the biggest improvements from yesterday's Miramar match.
Yeah.
4-man alive from 1 point in 2 games, now in the top 4. With 9 finishes in the back. A winner-winner chicken dinner, very much possible. But Revenant Xspark Ninja has something to say. He takes one out. Before he goes down, he does some damage, makes it harder for Vasista Esports, and now Altitude is going to collide, and we're down towards the final 3v3 showdown. Make that a 2v3. As Clouds gets burned alive, Shayan gets knocked, Beast is separated, and Gods and Sport are going to be thrown out in the open here in 2v2.
I don't think they knew where Beast was, but Gods finally moves towards the left, checks it out, and I guess Vasista Esports, now they might have to settle for that second place finish. The nade misses, it marks, and Gods is left standing. Clouds brought back into the game, and Sporta, well, he has the P90. Some, he picks up 1v2, he's looking for the second. Here's the footstep, gets the second as well. Now it's down to a 1v1, and Some, he's looking solid, he's hoping for the finish, and the clutch comes through! Vasista Esports, from securing 1 point in 2 Miramar matches, they switch things up and secure a chicken dinner in the third. Well, someone said it, and they said it for Vasista. Third time's the charm.
Some single-handedly clutching in big time in this game. A 1v3 scenario, completely dismantling Altitude. And once again, Altitude denied the chicken dinner, but Vasista Esports, my oh my. What have we watched here?
I think now the game plan for Miramar is simple. Just don't get taken out by Revenant Xspark and you walk away with the win.
It came really close to them losing as well. It was Ninja Jaw that almost put a dent towards them as well.
I mean, first of all, Ninja Jaw, that whiff with a DBS, what was that? I think he's going to have a few words with his IGL after this. But even after Ninja Jaw putting a dink in that in the armor, and Altitude also bringing it into a 3v1 situation, Some, this was individual brilliance, individual skill put on display by Some. Because it was a 1v3, that first knock comes with an 8, and then he just gets up behind that smoke, tracks the sound, tracks the footsteps precisely, and just sprays through the smoke both the players of Altitude Esports.
You know what? Some was crowned as the super sub for 2025.
Not now, a sub anymore.
No longer a sub, part of a main roster, and he is just kicking it.
Yeah, that was incredible, man.
Yeah, man. Like, I'm really, really impressed by Some's performance here, and I'm really hoping that he goes far with this.
I agree, but we can't take credit from Hector. That rotation, the position from that broken building, came in stage 3, I believe, for Vasista Esports, and it was a massive gamble because all the buildings around that building were surrounded. There were a lot of teams. Hector made a mad dash first, and then everyone else followed up one by one. It was a risky decision. Vasista took it, and well, it paid off in the end.
Yep. Very, very clean stuff here coming from them. But at the same time, Vasista Esports, you know, they were just waiting very, very patiently here, ostriching their way through. Just needed to wait for the final moments. And they got so many picks across the entire maps as well. And it was very, very clean of them.
Also, kudos to Altitude as well, because Altitude was I think they were the only team that was out into the open, just using the ridge as cover, and they still made it to the top 2 and have decent number of eliminations. So kudos to them and Ninja from Revenant Xspark for surviving till the top 3 at least.
Yep. But all things considered here, if you guys want more action like this, we are going to be having one more Miramar match, which is going to be happening right after this very, very short break. Because now, we'll see you guys right after this.
All right. We're not going on a break. Why do you want a break, I see?
I don't know.
It's a hype moment, man.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, all things considered, there was like a very, very insane run coming in from them. And I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing here. Like, personally, seeing Vasista make a comeback is just insane.
All right, now I want a break, so let's go
Okay,
on a break.
fine, sure.
Yeah. Let's take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back after this. Make sure to tune in for the last game of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after a very short break, of course, and this is BGIS, the Grind 2026. Of course, it is going to be Salty, myself, and joining alongside is going to be Necro. It's been a long time I've cast alongside you, man. It's good to see you back, but it was good to see Some back as well. People doubted him to be the special one. Now he's actually proven his worth as well. You know, do you remember back in those days, he used to be in the playing lineup of Team Soul as well. Everyone used to hype him up. But I think tonight, he's kind of showed his true potential.
Yeah, then between, there was a bit of that down phase for the man. He was not really able to find that suitable playing for, but now it seems like he's there, and he's definitely doing wonders. That special clutch in the end that you spoke of, the special moment, it was definitely quite incredible. I'm pretty sure it's going to go down to the highlights as well. But at the end of the day, for Vasista Esports, I don't even think it's about pretty much just qualifying, right? It's about making that statement.
Yeah.
Hector especially, he knows there's so much on the line. The man wants to redeem himself, and he's been receiving a lot of taunts as well on the internet, so he definitely wants to make it.
Absolutely, he definitely wants to make it. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to make it in your games as well, there's a special thing for you guys as well, and that is the Frozen Flora set for yourself. If you want to play those clutches out, if you want to look cool while pulling those clutches off as well, I think pulling off a Frozen Flora is might be the ideal one. Necro, which one is your favorite set? Is it the Peaky Blinders or the Frozen Flora?
To be honest, look, I'm going to be a little bit biased over here towards the Peaky Blinders because, you know, that at the end of the day,
yeah,
just, goes
the
back
Shelby
to the OG.
effect.
Yeah, of course. It's one of those Sigma sets, you know, that we got to have. But jokes apart, back towards the main deal that we've been speaking about, Vasista Esports' performance, it's been remarkable. And now, finally, in the map of Miramar, they start to show up, which means Revenant Xspark is now going to be on the struggling phase if Vasista Esports does good.
Absolutely, they are certainly chasing them. And look at that, the MVP, of course, none other than Some himself. 7 finishes, 54% finish contribution, which means he was carrying the weight of his team on his shoulders, and the map impact of 11%. The top players of our 5th match over there, you've got Some, you've got Gods, you've got Eggy, and you've got Austin. 5 for Gods. And altitude, I think it's very important for us to speak about them as well, because yesterday we saw Team Altitude struggle, but I think tonight, especially with the different maps being considered, they found a more consistent route for themselves.
True. I mean, we've also got the point standings now flashing up on the screen. Vasista Esports with 23 points, Altitude with 13. I mentioned this as well earlier. Altitude is slowly and steadily climbing the charts. As long as you're there inside of the top 8, that's all that matters. And a lot of these teams are waking up a little bit late. But we know only a few slots were up for grabs. Maybe it will be Altitude, maybe it will be Jux, and even Tamilan Esports. This team should be part of the conversation as well. Something has happened today that was not able to happen yesterday.
Absolutely. I think yesterday they were somewhere on the bottom 4, but today they have found that podium finish multiple times, and every single time they've gotten finishes along the way as well. We'll find that where did they make that climb on the overall standings? Well, look at that. 5th position for Tamilan Esports. 78 points is what they have acquired. Brilliant comeback on day number 2, which we usually tout as a day of comebacks. G4R as well on the 3rd spot. But any names specifically, Necro, that you're looking for as a differentiate maker on the overall leaderboard?
I really wanted to see GLITCHxREBORN and Metal Esports do something, but Metal Esports, it seems like they're not even there in the competition. Just 11 points. And that is absolutely unacceptable because they've played more games, honestly, that they are supposed to get more points from. But for some reason, Metal Esports is struggling too much. GLITCHxREBORN, expectations are always there in every single official. If you remember, in 2023, this team was the grand finalist with a complete different set of teams, with a complete different set of players. But now it seems like the same performance hasn't been replicated.
I think over the years, you've always touted GLITCHxREBORN to have one of the best scouting setups, where even in 2023, back in those days, for Roman and all the other lads, it was their first season, but they made a mark. This time, this lineup is yet to make that mark, which does scare me, but I don't really want to take it out of them because they still have 2 more match days to go. But barring the bottom 3 teams, the points difference is almost nullified. Team Altitude, we saw they're sitting at 60 points. 8 more points, they will be inside the top 8.
And I'm pretty sure Altitude is one of those teams that can make it, right? They've still got 1 more game to go. And as you mentioned, they've still got a few more games in the future as well. So for Altitude, that can definitely be a big sigh of relief.
It certainly will, but ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the last final map of the day, the map of Miramar, is coming on our screens right about now.
Once again, the map's going to be in the sky, as we do have the plane fly path on here. And to be honest, it is the deserty land, so we do expect a bit of a slow start to this entire game. The plane fly path completely on the right side of the map, as we do have Lost Leonis in contention, and even Campo Militar. If the teams do want to move on towards the left side of the map, it's going to be El Pozo or La Cabrera. Now, that's going to be an extremely tough stretch.
It will be, and I am looking forward to those vehicular clashes initially, because, of course, majority of the teams, there's going to be high traffic on that eastern part of the map. And if they do decide to clash in for those vehicles, we are in for a different Miramar than we have witnessed over the past couple of days. So the trend on Miramar is quite simple, right? The teams usually do have a lot of space. The circle does give you that little bit of freedom to move about. Initial phases, not really a lot of fights. But this flight path, maybe couple it up with an El Pozo circle, can certainly throw the teams off guard.
To be honest, I'm searching for a few more drop clashes. Of course, we know one between Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports. The previous game was taken by Vasista. And so somewhere down the line, Revenant Xspark is now going to be a little bit jealous.
The score currently stands at 2-1. Revenant Xspark, yesterday they won both those fights, but today Vasista Esports made their mark. So I want to find out if the similar fight will be coming through. But look at the circle dropping in, centering on around the Chumacera Lost Leonis. So I'm assuming, Necro, this is going to be an urban finish, and majority of the teams are also going to be prepared for that.
Speaking of the past tournament records, I'm speaking of third-party tournaments. Vasista Esports has always dominated Revenant Xspark in that drop clash.
Yeah.
Yes, yesterday on the day one, Revenant Xspark did flip the script. They were able to win both those drop clashes. But maybe today, Vasista Esports is here to say that that was just a fluke.
Well, we'll find that out. Just have a look at this. Vasista as well as Revenant. They find themselves the individual compounds. On the other side, Team Eggy just going off the mark. The first player has been rather sent back to the lobby, FS Esports. Now that is an early strike, Necro. And look at that, talking about early strike, IGL is down. Mr. Hector is already on his knees.
That's going to be a bit of a rough patch to recover from. Vasista Esports, definitely a massive punch in the gut. And luckily enough, the revival's also going to be there. But look at Revenant Xspark, so quick. Already making the pounce, up close and personal with the shotguns and even the SMGs. Punk has got his hands on the Uzi and he's also got that one nade, and this is supposed to be the most reliable nade. Is he going to find the connection, though? Punk really thinking his options, really making sure that this nade's going to find some connection. If this nade does not, options might be limited, and that's what happens.
You know, I like the setup from Revenant Xspark, keeping Trace or Ninja back in the back foot so that they can get information and also can spot the flanks coming in from Vasista Esports. This is a good setup. Revenant Xspark, they did try to capitalize on that opening, but it seems like since the reset is there, the pace of this fight will slow down once again.
Revenant Xspark. To be honest, the first knock they found, they really wanted to capitalize onto it.
We saw those 4 players, in fact 3 players charging in from the left-hand corner.
I told you, they were going to be jealous. The way they lost that previous fight, they were not really a big fan of it. Altitude on the opposite side of the spectrum, making that pounce. Maybe against Tamilan Esports, a few players are spotted out in the open. And those shots from Lens, what? How was he able to find that knock so quick? Cloud's getting knocked out. Altitude being handed a reality check. They've got those shotguns, but not the extended mag. 5 bullets.
And of course, look at that. The jumping shotgun just doing so much damage. Team Altitude, all of a sudden, it seems like they are on the back foot. There's 3 players get knocked down. Manas is the only man who can do a little bit of damage, but not really allowed. Team Tamilan Esports just toy around with Team Altitude and send them back packing to the lobby. This is good stuff. 3 frags for this lad. And of course, brilliant teamwork coming in from this entirety. Tamilan Esports, what a turnaround in day number 2. 3rd position already, and they are looking for more. This is a completely different outfit that played day number 1, Necro.
True. Especially that first knock from Lens. What was that? How was he able to find that quick knock so quickly? The moment he spotted that player, the moment he got outside of the house, the first knock was already there on Clouds. And unfortunately for Clouds, it's just unlucky. Does not even get a chance to fight back.
For a second, I thought that it would be the other way around, especially with the way Team Altitude was going in for that flyby. 4 players in 1 vehicle, everybody shooting at 1 person in tandem. I thought that since there was just a sliver of HP left on that man from the team, Tamilan Esports, I thought that Altitude might get the upper hand in that fight. But nonetheless, we move back to the deadlock of Picardo, ladies and gentlemen. Vasista Esports and Revenant Xspark, they're still holding this fort at bay. Not really making a lot of errors, waiting for the fight to come to them. Pain on the high grounds, looking for information, looking for an opening. But Vasista Esports are denying information at this point, and I love this. A lot of patience play coming into the picture, Necro.
Yeah.
And it just seems like both the teams, they know there's no compulsion in taking this fight. They are almost at the center of the circle, and Picardo will be in contention for a while now.
But the crazy part is that Revenant Xspark have somehow lost out on a big man. And having a look at the replay on this fight once again, yeah, that first knock from Lens, it was crazy. He was able to get the second one as well. So Lens pretty much single-handedly won that fight. And even the third one, he was able to get the one. That's insane. Team Altitude, at the end of the day, just getting thrashed by one guy from Tamilan Esports. Yeah, it really made it tough for them to sort of do anything in that fight.
You know, I think in the era of shotguns, we see the rise of UMPs lately. Especially on maps like Miramar, where you're supposed to be jumping around, doing a lot of movements in your firefights as well, to try and take counters against ridges. The UMP does allow you to have that freedom of mobility and still be extremely stable. But you did mention one thing. Have Revenant Xspark lost a player? That is my question.
They have.
Oh, really?
They're a man down.
Now that is going to be a big blow. We've also got Oishani Esports along the lines of that fight. FS Esports, a little bit of a weird rotation as Rishi is chasing on with his vehicles. Meanwhile, Superman has been left behind. I'm not sure what the idea is, but the rest of the teams, they are well settled inside the circle, barring 4 Wolves, I guess, was still in that Toriyamada region. You've got Aura Esports and Team Versatile also outside the circle. So these are the few names who are yet to make their mark, yet to find their safe haven. But the rest of the teams, they are just going to be holding down the fort for themselves. It will be a rather patience game for majority of these squads out here.
GLITCHxREBORN around the central side. And you've also got Oishani right there around the centric part as well. FS Esports a little bit tilted towards north. Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports still locking horns inside of Picado. Now, this is getting a little bit too extended. Someone needs to at least break the silence, and Revenant Xspark, they have been silenced at least for now. Since that first man was knocked out against him, that's been quite a big silencing factor.
The only con to this entire approach is that both Revenant Xspark and Vasista will probably not find their ideal loot for themselves. Even in terms of ammunitions, in terms of replenishments, I guess that is exactly where both Revenant Xspark and Vasista are going to suffer. I hope they can manage their resources well till the final third of the game, but as of now, the circle does take a central shift, and then just like I said, Picado is still going to be in contention. Both the teams, no real compulsion to move. Talk about compulsion, Oishani Esports from the sidelines, I think they are going to be making a mad dash to the circle, and if they do so, they are heading straight in the arms of Troy Tamilan, who are just going ham down on every single team out there. This is good stuff from Troy Tamilan.
Just want to see where is the major cluster forming. A lot of these teams are, of course, around the centric part. It's not even a question. But a decent amount of teams also breaching inside of the circle from the bottom right towards Los Leones. You've got Learn from Past, Rider Esports, Metal Esports, and some of the players from Learn from Past as well around the southern side. There's a big split between Learn from Past. Honey's all the way towards Los Leones, while the remaining three players may be looking to brawl out against the players of Metal Esports. Reuniting is probably going to be the best possible thing Learn from Past can do, because that's what Metal Esports are doing. But looking at the overall standings and the way Metal Esports have been playing, are they really going to be a threat?
Well, that is a question which might be answered later on. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing which I'm pretty sure, if you want to be a threat to your opponents in your games as well, make sure you get that Porsche for yourself. The Porsche 911 Carrera GTS, one of my favorite vehicles of all time. It's finally inside the game right now, so get one for yourself. Maybe when you are slamming onto your opponents' compounds, they're going to be shivering, they're going to be thinking about how fast you are, but also how cool you look while you take them down.
Imagine you can also brag about it to your friends IRL, and you can tell them, yes, I'm a Porsche owner.
I mean, me and Johnny actually said this previous day, that we start with getting a Porsche in-game, and then we start getting a Porsche in real life. That is how we move. That is how we roll.
Nice dreams.
Big dreams.
Big dreams too, yeah. Hopefully we accomplish those, but back towards the main topic, and that's the screen. For now, VXD, both the players quite softened up. Not a lot of HP to back him up, and the way they're moving as well, it seems like filled with a lot of risk. There is that one man from Jux, and that dude's amazing. Main playmaker. Aura in a big world of trouble. As Saeed, the man was taken down low, but luckily enough, he does patch himself up at the last nick of time.
I love this split coming in from Oishani as well. Nade's being cooked up. Two players in the clotheslines. Two players getting knocked down. That is a big nade coming in from Oishani Esports. I love this approach. Scream in a good position as well. All four players still stay alive. And it seems like within a flash, Oishani Esports, they get decimated, but problems don't seem to end, because look at the minimap. There's Team Troy Tamilan Esports who have been eyeing on this fight, and they were looking for a third party, Necro.
Indeed they were. Oishani, though, at least luckily enough, they were able to avoid that threat as soon as possible. Get rid of it. And now look at what's happening on the screen. Two teams duking it out once again. This time it's going to be FS Esports on the receiving side of the spectrum. And FS Esports, they've got too much on the plate. One man in the front, utilities tossed out as well. And Eggy this time, his teammate's going to do a perfect job. Gumla Boy finds the opener, and Eggy's there to capitalize.
Aggression, Eggy, personified over here, isn't it? I love this new look Team Eggy so far. Back in the day in BGIS 24, 23, we always used to say that Eggy Gaming is a team. Eggy as an Nigel as well, always loved positioning, always loved to place himself inside of the circle and possibly take the game to the final third. But this time, they don't really care. They've got players like Rab, they've got players like Troy and Kamla Boy who love taking it aggressively. And it seems like Eggy as well is just going to comply with his comrades. This time, though, there is another fight that is brewing up. Rider Esports have come into the picture out of nowhere. It seems like majority of these teams, a huge cluster is being formed at the center of the circle. I hope we do pull up the map in a while so that we can see how these teams do tend to converge upon that central region of Chumasera and Los Leones. There's not a lot of space available for Rider Esports as well. They will be looking for that opening because Troy Tamilan, one thing that we have witnessed is they don't really take a lot of time between their fights. They get inside it and they come out of a fight in a flash, finishing off the opponents.
And for now, Troy Tamilan Esports, they were quite the close proximity of Rider Esports. Oh, those shots. Definitely deadly. Scratching away a few armor pellets. But still, it's okay. Gods for a reason today, they have been suppressed. Not a lot of good performances on the board, but there have been a few flashy ones. Vasista Esports' Beast getting knocked out and confirmed as well. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but that's a big mistake right there. Big man Beast, he was supposed to make it out alive, but now I guess the man number between Revenant Xspark and Vasista Esports, it's equalized.
Now that is a fight that we will have to revisit because now finally Picardo is outside the circle and both Revenant Xspark and Vasista needs to move inside, which means disengagement is the only solution. Just like you said, I think Gods for a reason, they've definitely surprised me in the first 2 days of Group C. One thing which they've done beautifully is maintain consistency in each and every map, each and every game, because of which they are inside the top 4, an undergod team competing against the likes of Vasista, Troy Tamilan and Revenant Xspark. They've done beautifully.
I guess the remarkable comeback has been from the side of Troy Tamilan Esports.
Absolutely.
At the start of the day, they were in the bottom 4.
Like
and now look at them in the top 3. That's impressive. Crazy stuff. And that zone shift right on top of GLITCHxREBORN. And to be honest, for Revenant Xspark now taking a fight against FS Esports, it will not be that problematic. FS, they've only got one man standing, and that's going to be Superman. 2 nades in his hands, and the nade as well is cooking up slowly and steadily. Nade's being tossed, it's not going to do anything. The man was able to move back in the cover of nick of time, and eventually Superman, he gets bum rushed to death.
I love the confidence on this lad. Trace always finds the first position to just move in for these aggressive pushes. Information was found. Great scouting by Revenant Xspark, but just like I said, Vasista Esports, they're going to be hot on your tails, chasing you down. They don't want to be taking this fight too early. Both the teams are quite late in their rotation because of that deadlock necro, and it seems like all of a sudden it is Some's chance to strike, and he strikes hard. As Trace God, he falls. I love this. Brilliant execution. Vasista Esports, they find an opening, they get the pick, and they move out.
That's an important pick. That's going to buy enough time for the players of Vasista Esports to make some room and also reposition themselves. And look at Vasista Esports wrapping all the way around. Oishani as well, they've spread themselves out pretty well. There's still a lot of those teams on the bottom right.
Revenant Xspark, by the way, they've actually been eliminated. We just spotted Trace being taken down, but I believe there was some sort of third-party action which also took down the final player as well alongside. It remains to be seen how exactly what just happened, because one small misjudgment and Revenant Xspark, they're out of the picture. Their Erangles went fantastic. First position, and then a second position for them. Yesterday we saw them excel on the map of Rondo, but tonight it seems like Miramars are not going their way, Necro.
Vasista really proving that maybe yesterday was just a fluke. Miramars are now looking pretty good for Vasista Esports. Erangles were filled with a lot of struggle. Vasista Esports at this point in time, with 3 finishes racked up, all against the players of Revenant Xspark. They're looking good and dandy. And yes, how can we forget about 4 Wolves? It's one of those teams that's been struggling since the start, and the struggles, they still continue. 4 Wolves is not able to find that proper sweet spot, and because of that, always they get absolutely thwarted in those fights.
Yeah.
Vasista Esports. Oh man, this was quite a risky move. Some was out in the open. The man gets confirmed instantly. Oishani. Now for them, things are a little bit easy. The man across the board, he was able to find quite an essential knockout. And somewhere down line now, Vasista Esports, they can see the fight slipping away from their hands.
I like the approach coming in from Oishani. Not really trembling in those 4v4s anymore. It seems like they've finally found the groove. Mind you, this is a bottom 3 team, by the way, but now they're getting head-to-head against Vasista, and look at the way they have turned this fight around. Utility usage has been flawless so far. Another one might just connect. This has been turned into a 4v2, so Vasista Esports. Now it's all down to Cheyenne and how well he does execute these fights. Yesterday he was the second top fragger, but tonight Vasista Esports, it seems like they're getting third-partied, and now all comes down to these lanky shoulders of Hector. He does survive from that distant shots coming through, but Vasista Esports, can they hold on? Molotov will deny that space for Hector, which means he will have to patch himself up, but to wait for his opportunity to pounce. And I guess Oishani know that it's just one player who still remains alive.
That's the problem. Vasista is not able to make the most out of it. And Hector has been eliminated too from the game. Oishani, solid stuff. 5 elimination points acquired so far. This might just be the big game they were searching for. Gods for a reason as well, getting that one freebie in the hands as Metal Esports, they have been eliminated completely from the game. And once again, 0 points from this map, which is not a good thing. If Metal Esports is going to be ending things off in such a bad note in the first 2 days, I'm not sure what to expect in the upcoming days.
Gone are those days of Encore, Kyoya, and all those big names who used to represent Metal Esports. Used to take this lineup to the finals of BGIS, but look at that spray, lucky to noob. This time he's not lucky, he's just precise. The spray was brilliant. Rider Esports, they are going to feast on those finishes. And Oishani Esports, after a brilliant run in the first half of the game, all of a sudden it seems like they came to face a hurricane in the form of Rider Esports. That one small little error in judgment in their rotation will result in majority of their players being taken down. And now they are in the middle of nowhere. No covers, no vehicles. Can Oishani kind of find a way out of this? I'm not really sure.
They're also right next to Jux. And that's going to be a bit problematic. Eggy as well, right around the corner. Where do you go? Too many teams around you, and then you've also got VXT. Just look at that spread. VXT spread is insane. They pretty much control 25% of the circle right now. Learn from past, they have been one of the most consistent bunch. And once again, that's how they want to play. Not really the flashy ones, but just here to get the consistent point flow. But as of now, one man being caught out in the open for the players of 4 Wolves. It's not the idealistic start for the late game. Now down to a 3-man squad. Immortal as well, he's locked in quite a bad spot. There's Learn from Past on the right, and there is that one man on the left. Where do you go?
You know, that rotation, that split coming in 4 Wolves didn't really make sense. At first, I thought that they were trying to wrap a team Learn from Past from 2 different angles, but then all of a sudden it seems like they were in the middle of nowhere, not knowing where exactly they want to be. Learn from Past, no threats towards them. In fact, 4 Wolves, they get peppered from multiple angles, and with their firepower being split in half, they are always supposed to be losing bodies. And just like you mentioned, Immortal Jod has been left alone right now. I see no way he can regroup with the rest of his team.
The next circle is going to be important. And there's a big chance it might just center on up right on top of the players of GLITCHxREBORN. There's also Gods for Reason on the southern side. And Gods for Reason, once again, they have been lurking in the shadows. Not really doing anything flashy. Instead, letting the flow of the game take over. The circle shifting on top of the players of GLITCHxREBORN. They've got a solid spot to play with, but still VXT. They control a massive terrain, and they've got a lot of intel to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really see a lot of threat for VXT as of yet. But one thing can cause certain problems, and that is, of course, the lack of compounds. Yes, they will have control of the high grounds, but GLITCHxREBORN and from their backlines, G4R, who are coming in, I believe they can certainly cause a little bit of threat. GLITCHxREBORN, it was Jax who was trying to take those spot shots, but with the hovercraft, you can just tank that damage, try and close in the distance, and have a look at that. They are knocking on the doors. G4R, can they be the gods for a reason this time out? Can they stop GLITCHx from being reborn in this map of Miramar? Yet again, they certainly can. The first nade strikes in RVOG. The experienced IGL falls right from the get-go itself.
The big man's down. GLITCHxREBORN. It seems like now there's a big crack in the wall. Shorty's still there. But is the reinforcement enough? That's the question. Utilities, they're a bit too much. Another nade tossed down, and this might just be it for Shorty. The nade was right next to him. The man did not even reposition. Shorty just could not do anything. Gods for a reason, slowly and steadily knocking on the doors. Another nade, that's going to find a two-piece. The defense is cracked open. GLITCHxREBORN, not a lot of chances given to them, and this time Jax is there in the church trying to fight back, but not anymore.
That was risky. I almost thought that Gods for a reason are going to lose a player just because of overextension, but his teammates stepped into the compound right in time. This is good news for them, but not for long as learned from past. They are looking to capitalize on this opportunity. One fallen man is yet to reset. 4 men not in position can learn from past, break their defenses. They're already up in those compounds inside their fortress, invading into their personal space, but yet to find the opening, allowing G4R to have the time and space to reset, and I guess they will do so. On the other side of things, brilliant nade coming in from Eggy. He moves up, of course, does have the shotgun. It is a 1v2 from Eggy so far. Jux Esports, all of a sudden, they are scrambling down to this push of Eggy Gaming, and they cannot match up to their pace of the opposition.
The final two standing, amazing, is also a part of it. But there's also Oishani's ghost face up close and personal. So amazing. He needs to be careful. Winning that 1v1 is going to be important. But then you've also got Eggy on the tail. So many possibilities that can come through. But at this point in time, you got to pick and choose your fights. Gods for a reason against Learn from Past once again. It's a bit of that standoff that is getting real awkward. And for Rider Esports, this pounce, it was a little bit shaky. Players take it down real low. Tamilan Esports with a big chance of coming out on top. The opponents, they're taken down real low. Utilities from the side of 4 Wolves, and this third party, it's too deadly. Tamilan Esports, today's day, we have seen a lot of flashy plays, but now they might just be wrapped up in a sheet. Oxen there around the smoke, and even Rider Esports now getting third party from the sidelines. Gods for a reason, they step inside of the fight. Rider Esports, they're too exposed. Tamilan Esports, they need to deal with all the utilities being poured from the side of 4 Wolves.
It's pretty optimistic from 4 Wolves, to be honest, because they have no lines of sight, but still, they observe this ditch. They're like, all right, fine, we're going to spam utils in that direction. Barely surviving. Back in the blue. Oxen, he knows exactly where the other guy is going to be. Brilliant. Spray down Tamilan Esports. They come out in times of distress. They still manage to survive, which is brilliant. 7 finishes on the board. Yet another consistent performances. But out of all of this, can Tamilan keep that momentum up, Necro?
It's a high ground. And even VXT wants to get their hands onto it. VXT knows the moment you get your hands on the high ground, you will have a lot of intel. And you will also be in the commanding spot. 3 teams next to each other just for this one single church. Learn from past. They're also getting shot at from all the way across. Termi, the man's taken down low. 4 Wolves. This team is now starting to be a real pain in the back. How do you deal with them? Max from top at least wants to find that one suppressive knock, but even that's going to be denied since 4 Wolves is now playing pretty disciplined. Gods for a reason. Not in that good of a spot, not looking too smooth. Hitman with 41 bullets in the magazine, taking those shots against the foes. Dead player. Cooking up an aid, this one needs to be on the money. But no, instead, it's not.
Versatile, I guess they are taking way too much time to try and take this fight.
What?
Make this theirs. Hitman through the smoke. That was a brilliant execution. But that was not because of visibility, that was because of information that Max is passing from the high ground. This is good stuff. Max pinging the players, the others just shooting them down. Brilliant teamwork from Learn from Past, but the only problem is they're just a 2-man side holding on to this tower, which is a very daunting task if you ask me. There's too many teams in the surroundings, namely 4. You've got Versatile, you've got 4 Wolves from the backlines, and right up next, you've got another team in the names of Gods for a reason. And they certainly are going to make your life difficult. At the edge of the circle, not really a lot of space to breathe. Learn from Past. Where do they go now?
Oh no. It's not looking good for any of these teams. Blues on the move, not a lot of playing space available. If VXT wants, they can back away, but at the same time, they can be backstabbed if they do. What does VXT do? They're also taking that damage. 2 players knocked out, backing away, and going for the revival probably makes a lot of sense. And there we go. That's what the man tried to do. But Nobi got knocked. Big mistake from VXT. And they're replicating the same stuff over and over again. Utilities tossed from Termi, and that's going to give the confirmation. This is brilliant stuff from Learn from Past. from the top, controlling the fight. There's also God for a Reason right underneath them, but they have been quiet. And this is how Gods for a Reason likes to play. The silent assassin. They do not really want to gather the attention upon themselves. Instead, let Versatile and Learn from Past duke it out against each other.
And I love this partnership between Termi and Max as well. Brilliant teamwork over there to try and get information, keep multiple teams at bay, and keep their positioning alive. 4 Wolves, of course, their backs against the wall. As soon as they come out of that ditch, they are going to be in trouble. But look at that! Learn from past. Did not expect that to happen. Gods for a Reason. All of a sudden, they just caught them off guard. Caught them napping and punished them for it. Hitman is still surviving, one of the top fraggers from the last day. Still making it count. Still keeping those numbers up. And 4 Wolves, they are caught in between a rock and a hard place. Where do they go? Balu, his HP is getting shot at, but still finds a knock. Immortal is there. Gods for a Reason. They try to enter the circle, but this last-ditch attempt will be brought down to a failure. This is 4 Wolves still surviving, making it to top 3.
Man in the push, Nade. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike, and he's the only glimmer of hope standing for that team. Final 2 teams standing. VXT's just one man. He's the one with the nature. He's hiding in a bush. And Tamilan Esports, one single overstep, one single mistake can be punished. But will he be spotted? And yes will be the answer. Tamilan Esports, once again, another game on the board. This is some crazy stuff from them. What a comeback it's been. From the bottom 4 to the top 3, now in the top 2. Impressive stuff.
It certainly is impressive. I did not expect that to happen out of nowhere, to be honest. Because if I remember correctly, 2 players from Tamilan Esports were taken down in the early phases. The rest of the 2 players made it all the way through, and in spite of so much chaos, still managing their position and getting the chicken. This is insane stuff. But kudos to a lot of teams. Kudos to G4R, I guess. Their plays were pretty good. And also credit has to be given to Learn from Past as well. I think that tower hold was also pretty brilliant.
It indeed was, right? And in general, the church area, it is one of those high grounds that everyone wanted to get their hands on, right? Gods for a Reason, to be honest, could have done a lot more. I personally think this should have been their game because Gods for a Reason was staying quiet till the end. Learn from Past was the only possible competition they had, but they still somehow messed up, especially when they try to make it out, right? So for Gods for a Reason, things could have been better, but it's still quite a decent game, I guess.
It's still quite a decent game. And of course, I mean, they did deal with Learn from Past, but we waited how G4R were looking for the opening. And when they did find the opening, Learn from Past, they did fall. But of course, I mean, that was just way too late. I mean, apart from all of these performances, one team that has also maintained consistency tonight has to be Versatile. I think they have also done pretty well once again, being inside the top 2. We'll talk about them, but have a look at the final blow, ladies and gentlemen. These nades, these shots from Termi, from Max, were scintillating, and I'm not sure how they were getting the visibility, how they were getting the information, but when they did get it, they did not miss it at all. It was precision.
Yeah, when Gods for a Reason try to make it out of that church, they were too exposed, and of course, a lot of the shots were taken against him. And to be honest, we also got to talk about 4 Wolves. This is one of those teams throughout the day that were not really able to showcase themselves that well. On day 1, the performance was decent, but on day 2, the struggles were there. But in the final game, they decided to wake up a little bit late, and we did see them being quite annoying towards the teams that were there on top.
One of the biggest talking points on the map of Miramar is always the deadlock between Revenant Xspark and Vasista. And it seems like the scoreline has now evened up because Vasista this time cleaned up the likes of Revenant Xspark. So now it stands at 2-2. What remains to be seen is how can Revenant Xspark make a comeback on the map of Miramar, because me and Johnny had a conversation about this. Their first day, they did exceptionally well on the map of Rondo. Today, they made a wrangle count. Miramar's went absolutely horrendous for them, in my opinion. But next day, we'll have to watch out how can they execute the map of Miramar if that is a trend.
Look, honestly speaking, it's a concern. As the days are passing by, it seems like the other teams, they're getting a little bit stronger compared to Revenant Xspark.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, in the third-party tournaments, it was Vasista Esports constantly dominating Revenant Xspark in that drop clash. And now, once again, it seems like the same thing is starting to happen, Salty. It's not a good news.
Absolutely. And why not? You've got similar quality on both the sides, right? Vasista Esports, they're in no means any lesser than Revenant Xspark. We saw how Somme clutched it out in the map before. Of course, in the final stages of 1v3, 1v4, whatever it was. And of course, in this time as well, he was the one who actually got the opening. But ladies and gentlemen, enough about Vasista, enough about Revenant. We talk about the MVP of this one, and it is going to be Hitman once again from Gods for a Reason. 6 eliminations, 67% finish contribution, which is insane.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. He has been the main player for the side of entirety of Gods for Reason. Hitman was the one to bring in those numbers even yesterday, even today. Hitman's doing a fantastic job. 67% finish contribution is insane, which means majority of the contribution coming through was from the side of Hitman. Then you've also got Balu from the side of 4 Wolves, just getting 3 finishes. Amazing coming through from Jux once again. Jux has been climbing up slowly and steadily. Tamilan Esports, a beautiful conversion in the end, and all thanks to Oxen getting 6 finishes.
Absolutely. But Hitman, I think special mention has to be given to this land because he's been maintaining consistency in terms of at least individual performances. Yesterday he had 12 eliminations on his scorecard. Tonight, I think he's gotten a lot more. 6 eliminations just in that map. We do have the point standings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. Tamilan Esports 23 points. They must have crossed that 100-point barrier. G4R as well 13. LEFP with 10 and 4 Wolves on 9 points. Good stuff coming in from all of these teams, but also consistent outings from BXT, from Eggy, from Jux Esports as well. 9, 8, 7 points respectively. Not too shabby, Necro.
Yeah, and to be honest, for Altitude, this game was a little bit rough. Not a little bit. It was extremely rough, just getting 0 points out of it. Aura as well. Especially watching that first rondo, I had a lot of expectations from Aura. The way they were taking those fights, they were so aggressive, coming out on top in those duels as well. But then later on, we have seen that slow and steady fall off. That dip in the performance has been there. Overall standings popping up on the screen. Tamilan Esports still in the top 3. Brilliant performance, 101 points. Also crossing that 100 points marker. Then you've also got Gods for Reasons still sitting on 94. VXT with 86. Learn from past consistency still there. 4 Wolves. Even they're inside of the top 8, and that's all that matters.
Absolutely. But of course, barring the top 5, I guess my eyes are going to be on that mid-pack because after this, post-match 12, these teams go on a break as they come back after 2 days. Jux Esports, the difference between them and Altitude stands at 15. So you can basically climb 8 to 9 places if you just get a 1 good game, which keeps this entirety of this group having an open ending. There's nothing that you can say that, alright, fine, we've got the top 8 and decided. Anything can happen. I think I would still hope for a little bit of a comeback from the bottom 3 teams, Metal Esports, Oishani Esports, and all the other names. They need a little bit of improvement, and I hope they go back to the drawing board and understand what's going wrong. But nonetheless, I think it has been a decent outing and a great outing, in fact, for the entirety of Group C. I would love to see how they come back after a break.
Nothing taken away from them, right? They've still got a lot more games to go, and all that matters is you placing yourself in the top 8. But for Metal Esports, I feel like they're a bit too far gone, man. Come on, they've only got 11 points.
Yeah.
And now in the upcoming 12 games, they need, what, around 70 points to pretty much cover up that distance? It seems too much.
The best part about the grind is that there's no elimination, ladies and gentlemen. So at least if there is no scope of improvement, you can again go back to the drawing board, figure out what's not working. Because we again saw inside of Group D as well, there were certain big names like Gravity Esports who were not really making their presence felt. But it is understandably so. The pressure is too high, Necro. But again, first day at broadcast, I want to know your thoughts. What are your thoughts about this group and what are your thoughts about BGIS The Grind 2026?
Of course, it's been absolutely blockbuster, right? The first day, I'm back on the panel. We see 3 impactful performances and 3 impactful comebacks. And one of them is coming from Jux Esports, Tamilan Esports, and even 4 Wolves making that bounce back in the overall standings. None of us saw this coming. It was definitely brilliant from them.
Nobody saw that coming as well. Nobody saw that back-to-back chicken dinner coming in from Revenant Xspark as well. Erangel was dominated by them. But ladies and gentlemen, that is enough of Group C because we are done and dusted halfway across their group. But we'll see you very soon tomorrow with a new set of teams, new set of players. But for now, see you tomorrow.